Hello, everyone. Should be live here. Go ahead and give me the usual acknowledgement that stream is working as intended. Got the ambience going. How are we doing today? I know that we're some people are a bit nihilistic about how Test 6 is going to turn out. I don't particularly feel that way. I think that it'll be a fantastic platform for Roblox style modding community with that encourages entrepreneurial modding. That's what I think. The chat says that we're going. Now I want to remind everybody that it is no Nostalgia Critic November. If you watch a Nostalgia Critic video, you have to put it in your profile picture. I want to hear sad stories about people relapsing and breaking the promises and the pledges that you guys made, because nothing would break my heart more. So, I think this is loud. It's loud to me, but it looks like it's barely audible to you guys. You'll just have to tell me. I doubt Emil will be the main writer. A lot of people don't know that Emil was, while he was a senior designer on Skyrim, he was not really in like a management position. Who watches Nostalgia Critic on our Lord in the year of our Lord 2021? That's a good question. What kind of views does Nostalgia Critic get? Oh, that was 22 hours ago. The Lawnmower Man got 237,000 views. I mean, he still does well by any measurable metric. So, just remember, no Nostalgia Critic November. Yeah, even after that wall video, he still holds a lot of views. And I know he talked about that recently and was like, yeah, you know, sometimes you hit and sometimes you miss and just can't seem to hit, huh? So, I have to change my profile picture now. It's true. I did on Discord, but I didn't actually watch a Nostalgia Critic video because I haven't done that unironically since, like, well, Obama was definitely the president, and I don't think he had even been elected the second time. Just as many new people come in as leave? I guess, but I don't know. That style of content creation just seems dated. Especially because it wasn't particularly well received at the time, like the skit comedy stuff. Doug seems like a down-to-earth guy, sure, but that doesn't mean you should watch his videos. Who a content creator is and who they are in their videos are usually two pretty different things. Will I be covering the VR experience in my video? Yes. I had to politely ask for a new power cable for my headset. I have no fucking clue where mine went. Nope, I said it. But we should be fine. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? You're just talking about Doug Walker. That's disappointing. You guys should do better than me. I know that I somewhat steer the conversation, but still, there you guys are. So, let's talk about the schedule. We got a few new videos that are popping up on our schedule. I post them on the Discord, but I'm probably going to just show it off every stream so people know. None of the dates changed. None of the times changed. It's just we got 2 more videos up there. The big one is Never Knows Best's Skyrim video, which is the 3rd of his Elder Scrolls series. And then the small one is the Super Bunny Hop video he did comparing the main quests. Yeah, I should have thought to put the chat up. I like to pop the chat up after we start, not just have it open, but at the same time, then I forget for like a couple minutes. Yesterday's stream was pretty interesting. Well, yeah, and hopefully today's is better because instead of having a text-to-speech bot read articles, we can actually, we got some videos that we can watch. So, yeah, this time next week we'll be watching those 2 videos, and then, well, tomorrow we got on the docket Dime Tree, Metatron, finally remembered his name, and White Light. Dime Tree is going to be a complicated one because he uses copyrighted music in his videos, which is not a concern. In the sense of like, I'm not going to make money. It's a concern in the sense of I don't like record companies making money on the streams. Like, my whole thing is I don't want there to be unskippable video ads, which is usually what shows up whenever something gets copyright claimed. So we have to work around that. I've tried to come up with a solution to it. There's 2 main songs that get caught, and it's an Al Green song and a Nas song. And I, for the life of me, cannot remove the Nas song because it's like this Cypress Hills beat that is just percussion, and removing percussion is pretty difficult. You won $9 in blackjack? No, you were playing unregulated blackjack. Well, that's cool. I thought about trying to convince some people to play poker with actual money instead of just virtual chips. But I never went and did it because I am not a degenerate. No, I'm kidding. Blast Ram Ranch over it? Well, we got to hear what he has to say. I mean, the last time we watched Dime Tree, he didn't have too much to say, but... Alright, let's take the schedule off the stream, make sure I don't actually delete anything important this time. I mean, What's-His-Face is a bit of a goon, but you could always try the copyright strike deadlock method. While that's true, I don't know, that sounds like a mess. If one part doesn't work, then it just sounds like an issue. It's much easier. What'll probably happen is I have the timestamps of the parts down. And, I don't know, we gotta take the horse off. I have the timestamps of the parts that get flagged by YouTube down. So we'll probably just read the closed captioning, or like I'll mute it for the stream so only I can hear it, and I'll just leave the closed captioning up. Because I mean the alternative is like blast other music over it, or which wouldn't work. You should download the videos you want to help with the review because some content creators said they might delist their Skyrim videos until your new one is out. Who said that? Is that just speculation? Because the thing is, it doesn't matter. I already downloaded pretty much everything I plan on watching. I'll put the schedule back up. So those... If you look at the schedule, you'll see all those black thumbnails with question marks. Those aren't random. I have a version of the schedule that has all of the thumbnails of the videos I plan on watching under them. It's just like, there's no guarantee that I'm going to watch some of the smaller Skyrim videos. So I don't want to promise that I'm going to watch like Alleyway Jack's Skyrim video and then be like, well, it's only got like 7,500 views. So I'm not terribly worried. I actually have the opposite problem. One of the Skyrim videos I want to watch... I'll just hide it. One of the Skyrim videos I want to watch, I don't have because the person left the internet years ago, and it was a re-upload. It's Mr. Caption's Skyrim video, so if anybody has that, you need to send it my way. It was in their Discord a few weeks ago before you announced the Skyrim video. So then that would be the people that were initially announced, which is this first week here. It wasn't Private Sessions, because Private Sessions is in my Discord, and I'm in his, actually. And he's also showing up to that stream. So it's either Salt Factory or Dime Tree. Those are the big contenders. I doubt White Light would do that. I doubt White Light would have an issue, because I don't know, I haven't seen a Skyrim video, but I imagine it's not terrible. I mean, I don't sit around thinking any of them are going to be terrible. Unless, I don't know, there's a possibility. While I was making the schedule, I put out the videos that I was going to watch, so it might be one of those people then. Do you think I'll watch Jingle's Sorcerer Dave's Why the Elder Scrolls Isn't Dumbing Down video? So I have a list of videos, and one list is like everything that's definitely Skyrim, and the other list is stuff that's kind of Skyrim but tangential. Like the Metatron video, I mean, it's all about Skyrim, but it's more focused on the Civil War aspect, so it's not really a Skyrim video in the sense of like how Salt Factories is. And it's the same thing with like the Super Bunny Hop video, because it's part Morrowind, or strategies videos. I've read Coda, it's fine. I've talked about the lore, the philosophy towards what's canon in regards to Coda, but I don't think I'll ever talk about it because it's Kirkbride lore, and I don't particularly prescribe to Kirkbride lore. I kind of have to work with what's in the game. Well, no, that's the thing. The guy that's known for archiving the Mr. Caption videos just got taken off of YouTube. Like, within a month of me needing the video. As far as I'm aware, the caption story was not 4chan V, but actually the Nier subreddit was harassing him because he got a bunch of like nitty-gritty details that pretty much anybody would get wrong. The thing is, I didn't see the video and I haven't played Nier, so I couldn't tell you if it's minor things or like legitimate, like how could you get that wrong? But I think it was a matter of like he couldn't take the heat, so he got out of the kitchen, and I don't think that's not something that you can really criticize a person for. Like, there's a lot of people who kind of don't realize how this internet business works until they get hit. Like, I've been hit before, so kind of just used to it. But not everybody can do that. So, let's see. How do we transition towards getting this show on the road? I guess we start with the audio. Now, I remember this being particularly loud. Am I going to get claimed for this song? Thanks, Bethesda. Alright, so all we've missed so far is Pete Hines introducing himself. Hi, Pete.
Thank you guys for taking the time to come check out a little Skyrim. First time we've ever shown this to the general public.
Quakecon was an interesting thing because obviously it's an id tech, or not an id tech, but an id thing that they did before their acquisition, and then Bethesda acquired them, continued doing Quakecon, and that was where Bethesda E3 basically started. It's weird that they didn't do this at E3. And I think the reason why was they wanted to have like a crowd.
Now, we have one and only one request in exchange for bringing the game here and showing it to you guys, and that's we ask you to take your cameras and take your phones and kindly place them in your pocket. Please don't record the demo. We don't want crummy, shaky cam footage of our stuff out there. We promise we will put this out in all its glory, a nice HD version. But please put the cameras away and don't record the presentation. Okay, having said that, I'm gonna.
I'll let it slide.
Bring up a gentleman that many of you probably know. He was the man behind the 2008 Game of the Year Oblivion, the man behind the 2006 Game of the Year Oblivion, the 2008 Game of the Year Fallout 3.
No, this was like the official broadcast that they did, because I saw this live, but I obviously didn't attend the event, so somebody professional was recording it.
He's one of the very best creative minds in all of video games anywhere, and one of my very best friends, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Todd Howard.
I kind of like that. One of my very best friends, Todd Howard, because that's exploitable. Will I use it? No, but whenever I watch stuff, I have this bad habit of like thinking about how I could use it in a video. No. I know there was drama around Mr. Caption. I think I only ever saw stuff that was re-uploaded. I don't think I ever actually saw stuff on his channel when he was active. Yeah, can we speed this up? Oh, man. That's an even better line. It's all downhill from here. That's not... That's something you never want to say, like even ironically.
This will be the first time that myself and my team has showed a game at Quakecon, so thanks for having us, by the way. It's really cool for us at Bethesda to be together with id Software. I have been a fan of id stuff for a really, really long time. I imagine a lot of you are...
Wow, it's weird seeing the Skyrim main menu without that dumb Creation Club stuff bolted onto it.
From Texas, yeah? What people don't realize about Texas, it's hot. It's either 60 degrees inside or 110 outside. Can we get some middle ground of 70 somewhere? Anyway, if you look at what it has done with first-person shooters, with Doom, and then back in the day, you look at Origin Systems in Texas with Ultima, which is a big inspiration for us. If you really look at it, Texas is the heart of video games as far as creativity. We are going to kick off Skyrim here
Oh yeah? Well, Todd Howard's not the CEO of Bethesda. I'd hate to break that to you. He's just the executive producer.
On the Xbox 360. That was the exact response I expected. Frankly, the keyboard and mouse does not work as well up here as this for doing this. I assure you the PC version looks even way better. But we're gonna jump right in. You know, and the team at Bethesda Game Studios and I, when we finished Fallout 3, we kind of thought we're gonna do Elder Scrolls again. Should we wait for the next?
We're Americans. We use a sensible measurement unit for temperature, which is Fahrenheit.
Generation of hardware, but we had a pretty big laundry list of features that we knew we could do with the PCs that are coming out now on the 360 and on the PC.
Okay, did he not just load a save that was at level 34? So he loads this level... Oh no. Okay, so he loads the level 34 save that's at Helgen. He's at right where after you get out of the tutorial area. But then the loading screen is at level 1.
We finished Fallout 3, we kind of thought we're going to do Elder Scrolls again. Should we wait for the next generation of hardware? But we had a pretty big laundry list of features that we...
Fahrenheit is garbage if you're doing science experiments, but if you're trying to meaningfully relay very minor differences in temperature to people, Fahrenheit is way superior to Celsius.
We knew we could do
and every American scientist is already using Celsius and Kelvin anyways, so...
With the PCs that are coming out now on the 360 and on the PS3. So when we do an Elder Scrolls, our whole goal is to make a virtual fantasy world come to life on the screen, to make it feel like this is the first time you've played one of these games.
I mean, there's no issue with Todd using a high-level character. Like, why would that be an issue that you would have? Of course, he's going to show off a demo at, like, the middle of the game. Like, level 34 is basically the middle of a playthrough.
And it is a game where you get to create any kind of character you want and go do what you want.
You know, Celsius doesn't mean anything either if you don't use it, right? Like, if I told anybody I know the temperature in Celsius, they would have a confused look on your face. Like, that's not a valid argument.
And when it loads up here, it's going to be a little bit into the world when you step out.
Wow. It's a world.
We spent a lot of time completely rewriting our graphics engine, so all new graphics, all new gameplay. And again, this is all 360 live. And when we do tech, I know you guys are really familiar with the id stuff. When we do technology, we're interested in showing really micro details like these plants, these logs, and then macro detail like these mountains. You can walk to
No, that's pretty boring.
the top of that mountain. It all just streams in, so we deal with levels of detail. Can y'all hear me okay? I can't really hear myself, so. And again, all that detail is going to stream in. You know, with the kind of games we do, we can't hide stuff. So our view on rendering is where it's going to draw all of it. You can play in first person. You can also play in third person. So you can see some of the new animation system here.
Man, you gotta hate the crowd. I really wish that they had uploaded this, but just without the crowd, because these guys are morons. They're impressed by anything, and they're also not Elder Scrolls fans. So, like, at one point he says like a glass sword, and someone in the audience is like, "Ah, glass sword." Wow! Swinging animations.
You can also play the first person. The right trigger does your right hand, left trigger does your left hand.
Like, okay, what are they cheering at? Let's go back.
The right trigger does your right hand, left trigger does your left hand.
Woo! Dude, the left trigger does the left hand. I would cringe if I had to give this presentation.
You can put what you want in either hand, so you can put magic in your left hand.
Mind's blown.
What's cool is if you pull both triggers, you can line that into a bigger spell. So it really is, you are what you play. You just play the game. And if you want to be like a warrior, you pick heavy weapons. You want to do magic casting, you know, it's really what you put in your hands. These are the guardian stones. These are ancient standing stones that can bless you with certain abilities, and you can only have one of these active at a time. This is another thing where you define your character as you play the game, as opposed to just doing it.
Where's the wild cheering?
Picking it in the menu.
Dude, that stone like shot a light up in the sky. I think I saw that in a movie once. This is why the Quake community died. Because nobody wanted to hang out with these people. Whatever happened to the Red Wolf? Does he show up? I've seen the Black Wolf and the White Wolf, but I've only ever seen Red Wolves in like modded playthroughs, so I never knew if like, I don't know, after level 50 the Red Wolves show up, or if this was something that got cut. They are cheering mostly because what mechanic was present wasn't in Oblivion before, while stones with effects were present in Oblivion. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. And it's not just that they're impressed by literally anything. I'm sure that this auditorium full of Quake fans really knew what the Doomstones and Runestones of Oblivion were. Okay, so they're cut content. That's what I thought. I know that there's a mod that re-adds them because it adds a bunch of like wildlife stuff. But that's one of those like dementia things that I kind of have to work through, because it's like, okay, what was a mod thing and what was a what's actually in Skyrim? I don't use cutting room floor though, because you know, with a lot of stuff that gets cut from Skyrim, a lot of it got cut for a reason. Woo! Yeah! Wow, it's weird seeing kill animations that are actually like are connected and don't have like 3 feet of drift. You think Todd Howard laughs at how easily impressed Bethesda fans are at his subpar games? I think he probably does, honestly. Like, if I was Todd, I would be cringing in this situation. Water, 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 water. Yeah! He did the thing! The good thing they didn't go by any lakes to show how every like static body of water in vanilla Skyrim is flowing. These people need to hydrate. I'm concerned. Yeah, that is what he's thinking. I bet we could sell these dipshits the same game like 7 times. No wonder Skyrim's had so many ports and re-releases if this is how things go. Reminder, these are the people that were upset that he was playing the Xbox version because they wanted it to be the PC version. So this was prime 2011 PC Master Race. This was the attitude that they had. Yeah! One second. I wanted to look through that list. Chain liking, circle of protection, clairvoyance. What's that last one in the list? Longbow. Okay. Yeah, like, why did the guy end up on his knees? And then they keep, like, the connection part out of frame. Probably because as early as this, they had drift issues with the animations. How many of the people in the audience are Bethesda employees is the real question. Okay, so he's definitely level 34 because it popped. He leveled his one-handed and it popped up.
Hurt him. It's also going to slow him down because it's a frost spell. Drain his stamina so he can't do some of those more powerful moves that I'm doing. I'll show you guys some of the interface. In our RPG, you spend a lot of time looking at stuff. We're really excited about this, so we really wanted to make this tactile, make it entertaining on a new level. So you have your items to the right.
Yeah. Skyrim's interface is... entertaining is not the word I would use to describe the interface. I would say you gotta play to your strengths. You know, it's minimalistic. Looks good. Intuitive. It's not effective. It's got some pretty big issues, actually. But entertaining is not a UI word.
We have a really nice way of showing lots and lots of stuff. So it's not just about finding items.
No, I will die on the hill that Skyrim's UI is still better than Oblivion's.
Where it's hey, this is a +1 shield. You can look at all of these things. You can zoom in and see the detail.
Whoa! Dude!
Artists have done, I mean, a staggering job on it. Take those salmon that you saw in the river, take their meat.
It's interesting, the food doesn't have weight in this, but it does in the final game. That's a really weird thing. Apparently they're releasing a Skyrim board game in 2022. Yeah, I actually got an email about that. I mean, they did it's by the same people who did the Skyrim war game. Like, they're gonna merchandise the hell out of it.
You can then cook that, it'll heal you more. You know, the level of obsession that we have over this stuff is
Dude, weed.
surprising. All the books
Yeah! Yeah!
At Quakecon, the Dark Brotherhood is in the game. Who is the lead designer and writer in Fallout 3, who made the Dark Brotherhood famous for Oblivion. He's done it again. It's great, great.
All right, so we got confirmation there. I wasn't sure. I mean, it's not hard to figure out, but I like to have the confirmation that who did what. I clapped! I clapped when I saw it! So already, by this point in time, I guess Emil had some fame for the for those factions and for Fallout 3. I mean, it makes sense, but looking back, you know, the 2007 to 2011 just kind of like a really short period of time, but obviously it was 4 years. Is there a list of how many readable books are in each installment? Yes. But you have to bear in mind, Skyrim has all of, or not probably all, but most of Morrowind and Oblivion's books in addition to its own editions. Because somebody was, had commented on my Morrowind video. I'll see if I can pull it up for you guys, because that could be fun. They'd commented that Morrowind or Skyrim wasn't better, and that I was a hater fanboy because this is gonna be such a hard comment to find, because Skyrim has like so many more books than Morrowind. I need to scroll down to before Oblivion. Yeah, this is probably going to be impossible to fly because well, is it? When you're at a crowded theater or convention for a game like this, people just start cheering when everyone else starts cheering. Yeah, I get that, but why do people start the cheer? Like that's the second man makes the flash mob. Alright, so he must have deleted it, I think. Damn, I think he deleted it. I mean, I have it saved somewhere, but God forbid I look for it in my big folder of saved comments. There are people who clap when airplanes land. I mean, that makes more sense. Landing an airplane is more of an accomplishment than showing off a video game.
This goes over to magic as well. So you can set favorites, so that favorite section is kind of like bookmarking web pages for things, and so you can use that. When you see me using the D-pad in the bottom left, that's my favorites. But a big part of an RPG is your skills.
Are these people just a group of drunk Oblivion fans? No, worse, they're a group of drunk Quake fans.
And the idea here is that you look to the heavens for what your character is, and you can see the progress of all of your skills. You do have every skill, and as you use them, they'll automatically increase. When you increase it,
I'm just looking to see if anything's different, and I don't think anything is different in this menu.
enough of them, you will level up. And what's really cool is when you level up, you do get to pick a perk. So each of these constellations is actually its own perk tree.
Favorites were also present in Oblivion and Morrowind. Yes and no. You're thinking of hotkeys. The favorites menu is new to Skyrim, and it works decently because there's stuff you would want a hotkey, but there's like if you want to have like muffle on your close at hand, but you don't necessarily want to dedicate, you know, the 5 key to muffle, then the favorites menu works for that. I think it's one of the good additions of Skyrim.
that you push into.
Yeah!
So really cool way of
Progression systems!
defining your character throughout the game. Lastly, the map. We're just going to pull the camera back here in the world. You can see what the edge. It is by far the biggest and craziest game we've ever made.
Yeah, I just noticed his quest marker. This is such a weird thing. His quest marker is at the back door to Bleak Falls Barrow, but when in this demo he leaves Bleak Falls Barrow, he's on the Whiterun side of the mountain, and that's always thrown me off. It doesn't matter how many times I do Bleak Falls Barrow, I always think it's gonna deposit me on the Whiterun side, but it doesn't in the final product. This map is genuinely nice. Even in whatever quality this is, 720p, you can see how low the LODs are on this map.
I assure you, even though the scale of the map is about Oblivion size, there is significantly more content in this game. It is just big, would be a massive understatement.
Okay, there's significantly more content. Is the chime sound in vanilla? Which one?
Lastly, the map. We're just going to pull the camera back here in the world. You can see what the edge.
No, it isn't. When he like mouses over stuff. Well, they probably realize that's gonna be really annoying if you have, like, say you're in Solitude, you need to get to Riften, and you're mousing over the entire map, and you're hitting every dungeon along the way, and it's just going ding, 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 ding every time. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. There's probably a good reason they got rid of that.
The biggest and craziest game we've ever made, I assure you. Even though the scale of the map is about Oblivion size, there is significantly more content in this game. It is just big, would be a massive understatement.
Hang on. This is gonna be one of two things. You know what? Not gonna risk it. Both those things get me clipped. What are they saying? Right, they're telling him to burn it down. This is, again, I'm going to stress, this is why the Quake community died. Okay, so this is the part where the voice actors are different. And it's weird. The voice actor for the Dunmer guy that's in this is way better than the one that's in the final product. I can't say that for every NPC in this area, but it's just weird that they had different voice lines, but decided to use the same generic lines, or lines from the same generic actors from every other town. I'm guessing they recorded my guess has always been they recorded lines for the demo, and then they didn't want to use those lines in the final products because they didn't want Riverwood to be like the one town where everybody has a different voice actor. Now, even with the crowd, you can tell that this is different people, because I've played Riverwood probably 100 times. I know what Alver sounds like, and it's not this.
By each spirit, it's simple and strong, I can forge
What kind of degenerate plays without subtitles?
This is what the dialogue looks like.
Family first settled here as woodcutters.
It's all real time.
She and Han run the mill. I make a decent living sharpening
He said a word that sounds like ass. He said axes. He makes his living sharpening asses.
Jobs you can do, you can cut wood, you know, if you want, you can run this lumber mill. All of the things you see the people doing, you can do as a player as well to make money. And they're just kind of simple little diversions. We really got into how does the economy of the whole world work. So even though you're running around and killing dragons and doing all of those things, there are times where, as a player, you kind of self-cover your own time. And actually, you know, cut up these logs and they'll go through the lumber mill.
Whoa! Do you think it was temporary voice actors? Quakecon was only a couple months before release, so I'm highly skeptical of the claim that, because just yesterday we had a thing. Was it yesterday or was it one of the days where I didn't stream? Oh, November 23rd, 2010, Bethesda had started voice recording. So, I mean, chances, like, I'm not, literally every voice actor you hear is not in the final game. So, I'm highly skeptical of the claim that they were doing voice recordings up until, like, a couple months before launch. No, these guys are like pro-workers revolution. These are pro-commies. They're like, yeah, show the working class man. I mean, it's not like a working class man because that concept doesn't really exist in a pre-industrial society. But you know what I mean. Somebody yelled, kill the dog. See? When Bethesda showed the lady burning the dog to death, just really flamethrowering the dog, just real shish kebab that dog, right? They knew that they were catering to an audience that really wanted to be able to burn dogs to death. And this is they know what they're doing. This is the audience that likes that. So yeah, I mean, hashtag Giga Grind set.
No, I'm not going to kill them either. This is a local tavern, good place to pick up quests. We do have a new quest system.
Kill the horse.
Kill the child.
Oh, damn it. Ruin the joke. They deserve to get railed on Twitter. This is obnoxious. I fucking hate when people act like this. Like this is a video game demo. It's not a fucking sports game.
I have a new quest system called Radiant Story, and that is governing everything that I see in the game, all the quests that I'm given. It tracks everything you do, and then we can dynamically change any part of any quest.
I still don't understand. Why do the Skyrim horses look worse than the Oblivion horses? Not just look worse, they control worse. They're animated poorly. I get that they're a different breed because, like, Cyrodiil's horses are, like, you know, they're more temperate horses, and then Skyrim's horses are obviously going to be big, strong, cold, resistant workhorses. So I get that, but
it's kind of like the things you're doing and being given in the game is almost limitless. Headed up into the mountains here. And you'll see some of the...
yeah, but the thing is, if I had gone to this, I would have wanted to hear Todd Howard talk. I wouldn't have wanted to hear some guy in the crowd go, "Dude, kill the dog!" It's one of those things like the difference between E3 and GDC. Like when you go to GDC, GDC is not a consumer conference, so when you go to GDC, it's a lot more kind of subdued. People are listening because it's an industry convention. And I'd go to GDC, but it's usually in Europe, and I don't want to go to Europe.
Dynamic weather. All of the snow you see here is actually dynamic. Our artists don't texture the rocks like that. We just let the game do it itself.
Yeah. People were telling me that the creation kit will do the snow shader, which is true, but there's a world of difference between claiming that the game will do it and claiming that the engine does it, because, and I know it's a really minute thing, but like if it's the game that's doing it, then there's like a dynamic snow system, and that implies like weather, and that every time you pass the rock, there's a chance it'll be different, which isn't true. It's every time you pass the same rock, it's in the same exact state, because nothing ever changes in Skyrim. Sometimes they can't even sometimes they get confused because like there'll be nobody out in the streets, and like all the shops are closed, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's night, I couldn't tell, it's like full bright outside. Like I've danced in the light of a full moon, and it is not as bright as it is at night in any moon in Skyrim. Dude. Yeah! Jump! Do a flip!
Up there is the throat of the world. This is the tallest mountain in Skyrim. It's home to the Greybeards, and the Greybeards are masters of the voice. This is the ancient Nordic power to use your voice as a weapon to form a thum.
Dude, that's nerd shit. Go back and kill that fucking dog.
A shout. I'll show you some of that in the demo as well.
What's wrong with going to Europe? It's only a couple months on a ship. I don't know. I don't want to go to the effort of arranging a visit to like Hamburg for a conference that I'm only tangentially related to. And I can only imagine people like finding out like, oh, hey, I hear that that's the guy that did the 8-hour video. It's like, fucking kill me. I have to justify, but you know, you gotta justify why you're at an event, so that's why I wouldn't do it.
Because in the main quest of the game, you are Dragonborn. You are born with the soul of a dragon, and your ability to do these shouts and speak the language of dragons hasn't been seen in the world of Tamriel for a long time.
Yeah, but the Greybeards have it, and Ulfric Stormcloak for some reason has it. Bruh, it's in San Francisco. Not the year I was considering going. The year I was considering going, it was in Germany.
Detect life spell, and then illusion is going to frenzy, so I can dual-wield spells in interesting ways. That'll frenzy them.
That never works for me. You know what happens for me? I cast Frenzy, and they immediately start sprinting towards me, ignoring all of their friends.
They'll fight each other.
I like that he has 999 health, and yet he still feels the need to have extreme health potions, not just in the favorite menu, not just 15 of them. He has them hotkeyed. For sure they have quiet casting. Even with quiet casting, it doesn't work because, one, he wasn't sneaking, and two, when you do quiet casting with sneaking, they'll do investigation, and they'll kind of head towards you first before they will actually, like, go, hey, I should be fighting these enemies. Yeah, I know, but imagine how badly things have to go for Todd Howard to die during the gameplay demo. Like, because again, he's got 1,000 health, which is a lot. The difficulty seems to be set to almost nothing. And he has 2 contingencies. I think it would be impossible to die in the demo, as it is.
This is an ancient Nordic ruin, Bleak Falls Barrow. Thousands of years ago, the Nords would worship dragons. And I guess, as you know, in Skyrim, the dragons have returned.
Woo! The dragons fly terribly, even in the demo. I wonder if this is going to show off that pattern where, like, they dive bomb and they almost hit the ground and then they, like, pull an immediate 90 degrees and realistically would pass out from all the G's that they were taking of trying to pull that maneuver. Yeah! Like, look. That was a full-fledged dragon breath. It did nothing to him. And I mean, if you're going to justify the contingency, just write a script that says that when he hits 1 health, he stays above it. Like, it's actually not that difficult to do a script like that in the Gamebryo. So he didn't cancel the shot. He just aimed it at the ground and, like, shot an arrow into the ground and ran away. Did anybody else notice that? He's aiming, but where's the dragon? Oh, well, just let it go. Let's run. See, I'm thinking the dragon landing must have missed its mark or something. Like, it didn't land when it was supposed to. Yeah, I think later in the demo, like, in that room where the coffin pops open and you have to pull the chain to open the door, I think he uses a potion in there to show off, like, how potions work. I've been really enjoying, so my second playthrough of Skyrim's been an archery build, stealth archery, of course. And there's nothing like buffing up your archery so that, like, you know, you're a dragon, right? You're an immortal being. You were built to dominate and control time. And you go to the, like, Falkreath, right? And you're just killing guards left and right, and you're a badass dragon. And all of a sudden, one of the arrows hits you, and it's like a fucking dump truck just plowed into you. And again, you're a dragon. You don't know what a dump truck is, but you know that's the term that would be used to describe what just happened to you because of how much damage you just took. Because I did the restoration loop like 5 times and made a potion of Fortified Marksman that increases my damage 1,000%. Actually, from what I've played, melee builds are way better than stealth archery. Stealth archery's been fucking garbage. I have hated doing it. The melee build was great. I mean, it was just shield bash, but not only was it more versatile, I started adept and I go up when it's easy. I'm level 46 and I just got up to master. With the melee build, I was at master at like level 20. The progression's way simpler. You're a lot more robust. Like, to be robust as an archer, I had to basically exploit the game by default, you can make a pretty powerful melee character. So it's like, as much as people love to bring up stealth archery, it's kind of a garbage playstyle. No, melee has it super easy. Here's how you beat literally everything in the game. Shield bash. You can interrupt anything with shield bash. If they're casting spells at you, get up close to them, bash the fuck out of them with your shield. And you will dominate everything. Did it last into late game? Yeah, the melee build got to like, I don't know where you got to. It was, but somewhere in the 30s or 40s, and I had done the Companions, the Imperial Legion, Dawn Guard, the main quest. So that sounds about right. And it just did really well compared to this archery build that it took a long time to make good. Stealth archery isn't satisfying though. And the main problem is that to do it right, you have to become like such a glass cannon. Like, I still haven't bought any perks for one-handed as like a backup weapon or even light armor. I've only have archery perks. Yeah, melee builds have to use smithing, but so did the archery. The archery build also used smithing. So, you know.
Our big boss creatures in the game, they are really, really awesome. They have a lot of AI behaviors. Other than how they appear in this demo, we sort of made sure they would appear. After that, we don't know what they're going to do. So they can pick up guys and drop them. They can do bombing runs with fire. They turned out really, really awesome. And
Yeah, I'm sorry, but stealth archery isn't satisfying. What's satisfying about, like, I did a dungeon because I was trying to get to level 46, because you need to hit that before you finish the Thieves Guild. You don't have to, but I do. So I went to this Lost Valley Redoubt or something. It's the place with the Bard's Leap. And I got on the hill, and I just sat on the hill and went, draw a bow, aim, let it go. Oh, I killed the guy in one hit. Draw a bow, aim. Oh, I killed the guy in one hit. The Briarheart took 2 hits, but there's literally nothing that they could do. Whereas if I had been a melee player, I would have run into the camp. They would have been, you know, trying to fight me, and, you know, it would have been way more dynamic.
and you will see them a lot in Skyrim.
Like, I was kind of excited to keep doing the melee playthrough. I have been forcing myself to finish this stealth playthrough, and it's the Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood. I'm gonna do everything on a anniversary edition character, but yeah, I've been forcing myself to play this fucking character because it's just awful. But but the weird thing is, that stealth archery isn't more effective than melee, because melee not only is more fun, it could do more encounters faster. That was my whole point with the difficulty, was that the melee build got to a higher difficulty way quicker than the archery build.
That dark elf wants to go on ahead, let him.
There you go. That's advertising stealth archery if I ever saw it. Also, is there a thing where the Golden Claw quest starts when you overhear that conversation? Because I've never done it that way. Like if you do Bleak Falls Barrow without going to the Riverwood Trader first, you get a quest. I hate kill cams too. I hate how much Skyrim switches perspective to do the kill cams. I thought you needed smithing no matter what to improve armors and not die. Yeah, smithing and enchanting are just kind of universal skills that everybody... You have no reason not to use it. And it's not terribly difficult to level smithing either. Stealth archery gives me the same dopamine hit as headshots with snipers in other games. How though? You could shoot them in the foot and do as much damage as if you shot them in the head. Look, I don't see it. If you get your satisfaction from cock and ball torture, that's your thing. I do hate Legolas. Legolas is the worst character in the Lord of the Rings movies. Legolas would have been... Okay, part of his problem is he's an elf, so he's lycantic. He doesn't talk as much to really sell himself as a character. So to try and give him as much weight as the other two people in that part of the story, he has to be really prolific for getting lots of kills, right? But... I don't know, it just strikes me as absurd. The crazy shit that Legolas gets up to. Like I know he's an elf, but just because you're a superhuman doesn't mean that you have like supernatural luck. Yeah, when someone pointed out that Legolas has no scenes with Frodo, like he has no lines of dialogue to him beyond his giving him his pledge, that kind of really made it stand out how bad of a character he is. Finally. Yeah. Badass. I like dual wielding. I just think that I think you could put dual wielding in like the Morrowind style RPGs. You just have to make it like there should be like a skill that you have to raise to be able to dual wield effectively, because it's a part of fantasy, so people are going to want to do it, but it's not something that is realistic. So it kind of has to be its own skill. Also, this guy's not in the game. Unless he's supposed to be... You fight the two guys at the entrance, and then, like, this hallway, for such a long stretch, is empty until you get to that room where the bandit gets shot with the poison trap because he can't figure out the puzzle. I don't know if this guy's in the game. I mean, that's not going to be the basis of the lawsuit, but... Did you see that? Hang on, somebody told me... Yeah, you can do frame by frame. Look! The animation disconnects are even in the demo version. Because this animation is, you grab him by the shoulder and you like stab him through the gut. And you can see that like the sword's not really even inside him. Sword and dagger is a legit dual style in HEMA. Yeah, that is something I like to do in Blade and Sorcery. Because it's like that, it's that like that kill that Jaime Lannister gets in the first season of Game of Thrones, where he parries the guy and then pulls out a knife and stabs him in the head. That seems like a very legitimate and very realistic thing that you could do. But like, I'm gonna be a flurry of sword. No, that's dumb as fuck. Okay, the combat looks worse because it looks like it's on the minimum difficulty, so everything dies in like 2 or 3 hits. What are they cheering at? Are they cheering at the rats? Oh, you can see it did the thing where you hit like an oblique angle of the floor model and the rune will go sideways. I always thought that was just a bug. That's not like the way it's supposed to be, is it? Like, it's supposed to be flat with the ground, but I imagine what's happening is like, because there's a angle in the floor model that it has to decide if it's a vertical or a horizontal rune. And so like if the angle's too much, then it turns into a vertical rune and stands out. Wait. Okay, so the dungeon's different because the way Bleak Falls Barrow normally goes. How have I never noticed this? The way Bleak Falls Barrow usually goes is you fight the 2 guys at the door, you go down these 2 hallways, and then you see the puzzle room that kills the guy with the poison arrows, and then you go into the room and there's like a skill book, and then there's that spiral staircase, and that's where you fight the skeevers, and then you go through a hallway, and then you end up here. So that's interesting. Isn't the puzzle missing? Yeah, that stood out to me because you know, again, Bleak Falls Barrow is like that first dwarven ruin in Morrowind, or like Vilverin. You know, it's the dungeon I've done the most of this game. Oh, those are candles. Okay. Hey, is the spider animation going to be non-functional? Yeah, it is. Because you know the one, it'll do it right, but then like it stops because I think what's happening is they don't have a way to do like a variable length to do the animation. So it does the full run of the animation, gets horizontal, but it might still be in the air, so that it just kind of placidly drops. I bet this crowd would eat the puzzle up. I bet they would go, "Dude, that guy just fucking died! What a dumbass! I'm a smart man. Follow me on Reddit." Is it not supposed to just fall? I don't think I've ever seen it do anything else. No. And if you watch the animation, it has a thing where it like comes out of that kind of webbed area like a normal spider does, and then it transitions to being horizontal. It's just that the animation always ends too early, and so it'll just kind of fall. Why wouldn't you just use Frostbolt? Like, why bother with the runes to do damage? I think, I guess you can make that case for Frost and Lightning, but, like, Fireball is basically the same as Fire Rune when you're using it in combat, so, like, what's up with that? Yeah, he burned it with fire. Yeah, you hear that? You hear his voice actor? It's not that Cockney. Hey, Nord. I can't do the Dunmer voice in Skyrim. Like, why wouldn't you just keep this voice line? You've already recorded a Vardenfell sounding Dunmer line, but for some reason they then decided to just do the Cockney Dunmer accent for this guy as well.
It's coming loose. I can feel it. Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
Murder him! Yeah!
It's a golden claw, the treasure I was looking for.
No, like I said earlier, they had done voice recordings already. Like months earlier. This was closer to the release than it was to the announcement.
That was one of the shout powers I just used. Actually, these guys, I'm going to switch to Circle of Protection. This will terrify them. And then Chain Lightning Spell. You can arc this off surfaces.
Okay, this is weird, right? Because these guys are tough, but the bandits were, like, weak as shit. I'm not sure what's up with the difficulty. I assume it's just custom health values, like, Oh, hey, bro, what's going on? Not much. Yeah, like, their Restless Draugr, level 34, should be able to, like, one-shot those guys.
I'll show you guys another shout. Moment sprint.
Whoa! Some of the bandits scale. It depends on, I think the thing is, bandits are more likely to be low level than Draugr.
And another cool shout people haven't seen, Slow Time.
You see he messed up the dual caps there. My problem with slow time has always been that it slows you down as well. So it's just bullet time. Like, it should be, what's it called in JoJo's in English? You know, the Warudo. Like, where you just move it in a normal time frame and things are slowed down. And then, like, the last word would actually stop time. It's the dragon, because yeah, it's the dragon shout equivalent of seeing through glass. Whoa, it's like Gandalf.
You can dual wield stats as well. Yep, you can do the Gandalf thing if you want to.
See, the light spells were one of the few things I liked about that were genuine additions, because light spells in the games prior just kind of sucked. It's like you got the Pip-Boy light in Oblivion, and then you have like, I don't even remember what it is in Morrowind because I never used the light in Morrowind. It's not, but it's not that useful because slow time takes the shout cooldown, and it's a really punishing cooldown too. You should use shouts that have more combat utility, like the full level Unrelenting Force or Fire Breath, than slow time, because it's just not. It's like not an advantage. I noticed today there was a dungeon I went to where it was raining inside. I thought that was cool. Staff is the reason I think the game was not finished. It doesn't show in third person. It is not affected by any skill. I mean, well, what would you tie it to is the thing. Because all of the old functionality of enchant is gone. So enchant's now a crafting skill instead of a skill about using your enchanted items effectively. If it was tied to anything, that would be the skill to tie it to. I think it's affected by, like, if you fortified destruction, your staves would do more damage or something like that. But don't quote me, because I don't use staves. Staffs are neat. Like, I got a staff to summon Frost Atronex. That's good. Also, I heard another pronunciation of Atronek, so I think you guys are wrong.
I'm actually going to switch to that other. I found a spell token. It's one way you learn spells, that fireball spell, and I'm going to switch to that war axe. You can get perks for these that makes axes do bleeding damage, so they'll do damage over time as well.
Whoa, why didn't they cheer for that? Dude, fucking blood, man. Where's the cheer?
Switch to the fireball. So the spells act different in your hands. This is a spell where I have to charge it up, and now I have this ball of fire in my hand. When I let go of the trigger, that's going to send it off.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened there? Okay, so I thought it was weird, because I remember this being like 50 minutes long. So we skipped a bunch of Bleak Falls Barrow. They skipped the claw room where he shows off how you solve the puzzle. Look, I guess if the guy is spawning, that means that he already showed off getting the word off the wall. So there's a version of this out there that has the missing minutes. We'll just have to catch up on it later. See, that was the world though. Oh no, right, it is Diavolo because we just skipped time. Yeah, it's like, what did slowing time do for him there? He didn't even manage to dodge the Frost Atronek by using it. So Also, that's a dragon priest? Yeah. Isn't there a way for dragon priests to show up outside of the preset ones? Like, there is a generic dragon priest enemy. It's normally a Draugr guy because you usually do it at a low level. I don't know. We can find out real quick. But I mean, honestly, if you're showing off a demo of the game, would you show off just fighting another Draugr dude, or would you show off having, you know, this dragon priest enemy that doesn't fit anywhere else? A boss level Draugr overlord. Okay. So yeah, it is just a Draugr.
Show you guys another cool spell, which is clairvoyance. This is something you can learn that will show you a path to your current objective, which is nice in a lot of these dungeons.
Yeah, because there's so many different paths to take. Like, clairvoyance gets cucked by the waypoint marker. It's a cool spell idea that's basically pointless because the compass already tells you where to go. And it's like almost impossible. Like, the one utility use I can imagine is you're going through a dungeon and you want to know like which way is the way to the objective and which way is like the optional side room. That's why, like, you could maybe do a quest objective toggle in the menu, because there's a config edit you can do to remove quest markers. You don't need a whole separate mod for it, but it seems like something that you could have in the menu options, and then you just use clairvoyance. The problem is you would just keep using it, and no, I know full well there's no need to use it. There's never a need to use it. Like, I did the quest to get the Quill of Gemination today, which is you have to find the quill at the bottom of the lake. You don't have to do it. It's one way to do the quest. And I'm like, okay, cool. I know clairvoyance. It'll take me straight to the quill. No, it doesn't. It doesn't because there's no quest marker, so there's no way for it to know where to take you. And I'm like, okay, so like this is a peak example of where clairvoyance could be useful, and it failed. You can also unmark the quest you're doing from the journal. Yeah, but I mean, that's like self-imposing a no fast travel rule. You're gonna fast travel at some point unless you have a way to block it. You have to have self-exclusion options for this kind of stuff. You can't just play on the honor system.
We're gonna head out the other side of the mountain we went into.
Hey, where's the item that's supposed to be on the loading screen?
To Skyrim's tundra. This is a big open area in the middle of the...
Okay, no, I highly doubt that at any point in development they planned not to mark everything. I'm gonna go with extreme doubt there. Like, with such doubt that, I'm gonna get a picture. Is it transparent, though? I don't think it's transparent. Fuck it. This one's higher resolution. Holy shit, that's really high resolution. There you go. Or we'll stick him over here. There you go.
Province. It is home to the capital city of Whiterun, which is home to the Companions, which is like our Fighters Guild in the game. We do have 3 main guilds. The Companions in Whiterun, we have the Thieves Guild.
Hold on. I'm gonna...
3 main guilds, which is home to the Companions. like our
Okay, that's definitely meme worthy. Again, people get hung up on this. He's not saying anything that's wrong. He's saying stuff that's amusing. And there's jokes that I could make with these amusing tidbits. All right, so I am going to take a small break. We will be back in 3 minutes. I'll probably be back sooner, but we'll be back to doing the stream in 3 minutes. I'll just be chatting if I come back sooner. So. Alrighty. No, the streams are always fun because it's a good mix of chat interaction. I don't make people pay to talk to me, but I do appreciate. It's like my rule is I'm guaranteed to read your message, but I'm not guaranteed to read out or acknowledge your message if you do a super chat. Because I guarantee it would just throw me off. Alright. Oblivion's Fighters Guild was plain stupid, but the companions are insulting on a new level. You don't even get a way out. No way to wipe them out like you can with the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, that's my main issue with them. That's why it took me until like 2018 to do the companions, and the only reason I did it was because I was actually going to make a video at that time. So it's like, yeah, it's a long-standing issue. Well, you're probably closer to the truth because I put chat on blast all the time. There's no reason I can't put people who pay me money on blast as well. What's the downside there? Yeah, it's weird that a story about... The problem is they needed to force it where you would like... Maybe you'd want to side with Kodlak and get a cure, or maybe you want to side with Ayla, but the problem is that, like, Kodlak wants to get cured before you even arrive at the Companions, and that's an issue. It should be like, you join the Companions and Kodlak's on the fence, and then he decides... Because, like, there's no way he would knowingly allow initiation And you can go, oh, well, he doesn't. No, like, he would probably actively forbade Ayla and Skjor from making new werewolves if it was done correctly. Yeah, that's kind of weird in some streams. Well, what happened was, you know, streams would just be like a chill out place where people would talk to chat. And then they started like implementing ways to donate live. And I forget if Super Chats or Streamlabs came first, but the idea came around, and it just sort of became common practice to sort of only acknowledge the Super Chats and not acknowledge the chat. 'Cause I think it's that same issue a lot of YouTubers have where they don't read their comments and they hate their commenters. I think a lot of streamers don't read their chat and hate their chatters. Because, well, let's be honest, chat is basically just the comment section, but with even less of a filter. Does being a werewolf affect in any way the Dawnguard questline? Yes, once. Harkon has a line about it if you, when he makes his offer to you if you're a werewolf. But the Dawnguard don't seem to have an issue with you being a werewolf. I think there's a random event where you fight a werewolf. I don't know. Streamlabs was a Twitch thing. No, I could set up Streamlabs for this stream. Or unless you're saying it was. I think the comment section is the way it is because it's so commonly ignored that in addition to the usual thing of like people on the internet being more caustic than they are in real life, you have the added factor of like the YouTube comments on most videos is just screaming into the void, and sometimes someone else will hear you and respond, whereas and so most people don't like to kind of deal with that, and so they don't, and so it encourages people to just be kind of more obscene when they scream. And so it's sort of a feedback loop of YouTube comments becoming more toxic, and then YouTubers increasingly ignoring their comments. Despite what a lot of people say, because a lot of people will claim they read comments, but I know that they don't. Or I know that like the most common interaction they'll do is when they go into the studio, they'll see like the last 3 comments that were left. Well, the thing with super chats, of course, is that you want to give a positive customer satisfaction or customer service moment. So if somebody donates money to you, then you want to go, yeah, thank you for donating. Please consider doing it again in the future because it was such a positive thing for you the last time you did it. And so, you know, just the sheer reality encourages people to kind of foster a culture around super chats. After Dawnguard, vampires have no real negatives behind some debuffs. Yes. That was kind of, I mean, that was mildly true in Oblivion too, though. Like, vampirism's really not that hardcore a thing in either game.
Fighters Guild in the game. We do have 3 main guilds. The Companions in Whiterun. We have the Thieves Guild in the city of Riften, and then
yeah,
really, really good quest line, and then the College of Winterhold up in the north.
Notice that he said that the Thieves Guild has a really good quest line, but just said where the other 2 were. I think that's really interesting. Because most people would probably agree that of the three he just stated, the Thieves Guild is far and away better. Yeah, the problem is I did Werewolf on my Fighters Guild character. I never got cured. Actually, that's a good thing. I probably need to go back and actually get that character cured. But that doesn't matter. I can do that at any time because it's standard edition. It's not like how I have to do everything on special edition before the fucking apocalypse hits. But Werewolf kind of falls off after a while. The Thieves Guild probably, the Skyrim Thieves Guild probably is overrated, but I think it of the vanilla content, it is still probably king. It definitely has issues, and I'm not gonna suck it off in the video. But I mean, we're talking about the Thieves Guild in comparison to the College of Winterhold and the Companions. Yeah, how the Thieves Guild ends is something I have a massive issue with, because it's that same Companions problem of you're forced into a thing. And the thing I noticed today, and I actually said it out loud, was you take the oath to become a Nightingale, and then you don't get any of the powers. Like, the whole point of you becoming Nightingales was so that you could get an edge over Mercer Frey. And then you get none of the edge over Mercer Frey except the armor, which is marginally better than normal Thieves Guild armor. So it's like, what was the point of joining the Nightingales? You made us make this big commitment. What the fuck? What if we die? What if we lose to Mercer Frey? Thieves Guild is better than the Dark Brotherhood. Dark Brotherhood's bad in Skyrim. I don't understand how Emil got a lead design position on a game and then came back and did the same exact faction worse. Yeah, that was why I had to put off doing most of the Thieves Guild until after level 46, because it's leveled gear. There's like 12 items that are leveled in Skyrim. Like, they lowered the overall number of leveled items, but they increased the level ranges. So it's like, instead of the level ranges being like 1 to 20, it's now like 1 to 46. Yeah, but I haven't got it yet, but I don't recall the skeleton key being that particularly useful. Like, it's an unbreakable lockpick in a game where you can get hundreds of lockpicks. Like, I've only just gone below 99. I think the thing is, you should be able to reject doing the Nightingale Oath and just being the Thieves Guild later, but still being able to go after Mercer Frey. And then later on, if you decide to become a Nightingale, like, the door is left open. Because they just kind of lampshade the conflict of, like, you selling your immortal soul as, well, you know, Brynjolf did it, and he's a fucking... He's an a-religious bastard, so... Well, and that's the thing. My thief character hasn't put a single point in lockpicking. And you can still open master locks pretty easily. No, I think there is an unbreakable lockpick perk. Oblivion Thieves Guild is also better. I think that's defeat in detail. Like, sure, but not really. I think if the Skyrim Thieves Guild had done a better job with its Radiant quests, then it would be undeniable that Skyrim was an improvement. Plus, I think Skyrim needed to continue that heist idea. Because, like, the Dark Brotherhood pays lip service to the heist idea with the Emperor assassination, but it's not at all the same. So... yeah, see, this was what I was talking about earlier. He leaves Bleak Falls Barrow, and he comes out, like, I think there's a giant camp, like, somewhere over here, called Secunda's Kiss. Like, I don't know, honestly, I think this is where they should have put the back door to Bleak Falls Barrow.
And you see the city of Whiterun way off in the distance.
Woo! Wow. Now they're being awfully friendly with how close they're letting you get to the mammoths. Remember, this is the Xbox 360 LODs. Also, what the fuck? There's trees in the middle of the plains. You notice that? None of those trees aren't there in the this tree might be, but those aren't there in the final game. What's up with that? I struggle now to think of a genuinely satisfying questline in Skyrim without mods. Dawnguard. Dawnguard would have to be my answer. Either side. I like the Dawnguard side more, like, thematically, but that's a faction that goes that it goes to some cool places. I know some people really don't like Serana, and I get that. I get that. What's her name? Voice actress who's in everything. Kind of unpopular, but I liked her. I think that her issue is, I think, that she's a Fallout companion in Skyrim, and so it really stands out. I think giants were in the lore. I'm not sure. Laura Bailey, that's right. Is Laura Bailey unpopular? No, no, no. She's just in a lot of stuff. She's like the female Matthew Mercer. No, the foliage in Skyrim's not procedurally generated. They came up with a new tool. They talked about that in one of the articles on Monday, that they had replaced Speed Tree with their own kind of thing. But yeah, they're letting you get real close to those mammoths.
You guys want to kill him? Fire breath. That's the fire breath that dragons do, so you can learn that as well.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Who opens with a shield bash? So thanks to the Bethesda employee who proposed the idea of fighting the mammoth. Also, did you guys see that with the dragon, the way it flies? Yeah, there it was. That's probably why you can talk to the giant, because I think that's just the animation they used for the Whiterun guard that gets grabbed. But yeah, you see the messed up dragon flying animation. And then like the questionable behavior, like why as a dragon would you ever land? No, I don't think the dragons ever dynamically grab people in the game. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on there. He's he's having the LOD issue that I had. Where it loads the far away model, it doesn't load back in the right dragon model. So you can, it's like the low quality version of the dragon. If we go back to where he was fighting the dragon previously. So that's what he looks like, and then later on, this is what he looks like. Like, this is scuffed. Let me see if I can get a higher resolution picture. Low LOD dragon Skyrim. Yeah, these guys. Although I don't know if OBS is gonna like a WebP. I don't think it did. Doesn't know what to do with it. Oh no. I got rid of the lad. That's okay. I have a hidden technique and it's called to just screenshot it. WebPs are so dumb. I don't know who had that idea. Yeah, this is the issue. Although that's an even lower LOD level than what he's seeing right now. Now it's right. Well, and like, I look down on any website that auto converts images to WebP because it's done for like cost saving reasons. But to me, it seems like it would save like marginal amounts of money in exchange for a terrible customer experience. See, where's that slow landing dragon animation? I rarely ever see it. GIMP can open WebP files? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter because it's whether or not OBS can do it. And I'm sure there's an update that could enable it, but... That wasn't an LOD issue with the dragon? Yes, it is. Because if the dragon's in the distance flying in a circle, then you don't want to put a lot of power into rendering the full model. So what they'll do is they'll have a lower level of detail, which is what LOD stands for. and you can see tons of issues because it was a big prolific issue with standard edition. So much so that there was a mod that would get rid of all of the low LOD dragon those models. So the only model the game could load was the normal kind of close-up model. There isn't multiple dragon LOD models. You might be right, but no, it still looks scuffed. If you're looking at this, like, am I going to enjoy playing this game? And it's like, you have this random dragon encounter that you have to fight that interrupts everything. And then, like, at the end of it, another one shows up. Don't you think that's just got to be annoying?
That's a frost dragon, he's tougher. Now I'm absorbing this dragon's soul. You want to see the other one?
Well, dragon riding was only added to Dragonborn, I think, by popular demand. Like, there were people who really wanted it, and so they added it. Oh, man. Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, angry review. I got Angry Joe show in the recommendations, and that wasn't on the docket. What the hell is a soul? I don't think I have one of those. Well, people complain about the dragon encounters when they're... Wait. Okay, dragon's on screen. Dragon's on screen. He pauses and dragon disappears. Isn't there a dragon that's prolific for disappearing? Pretosis just looked at the Angry Joe review last night. Or yesterday night. Yeah, I know that he does his own show. And I was actually kind of mad because I wanted to do like an impromptu stream of the Acer Thorn Morrowind video, and literally as I was looking for it on YouTube, I saw that he had done a stream like 4 days prior of that same video. So yeah, the dragon literally just instant transmissioned out of frame there. He's there, and he's gone. Maybe it's just blurry. Maybe he's like blending, like it's this video quality where the compression is just blending him into the mountainside, but it's like he's just fucking gone.
What I'm gonna do here is use that dragon soul I collected from the other one and unlock the final level of Stormcall. This is a really high level shout.
It's a really high level shout. Translation. There's a chance that you could encounter it. It's a high level shout. More like it's got a high fucking cooldown.
Allows me to call a storm to rain lightning on my enemies.
Why is Nostalgia Critic in the Angry Joe review? I thought they had split by that point. Yeah. Yeah, do you see how much health damage he's taken from falling? There's no way that he could actually die. No, shout locations are fixed, so it's just like a random chance that you do the dungeon that has Stormcall in it. No, I noticed that earlier. He has 0 shout cooldown. That's why slow time wasn't dog shit for him.
If he gets hurt enough, he won't be able to fly.
Here it comes. That's the most impressive part of the demonstration, that didn't look like dog shit. And some guy in the crowd yells, "Chop his fucking head off!" No, this happens. What you have to do to cause it is there's a threshold where they stop flying. It's like half health. And you have to cause it while he's in the air, and then there has to be a place where he can do it. And typically what ends up happening is it looks like utter dog shit because it usually happens in places that it shouldn't, like up hills. Was that power attack animation in the game where like a straight overhead? Yeah! Woo! Woo! Yeah! 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 Oh, you can see the animation kind of drifted, but it's not as bad as in the base game where like you're like 5 feet off. No, I see what you're doing, Todd. You're casting a spell. You're casting a spell and you're passing it off like it's some animation. Yeah! Woo! Woo! I am so glad. I am so fucking glad that we also have to watch the documentary, because there's not a crowd in that one. Well, it seemed like a time thing, like it's tied to DirectX. Less so, like, the animations were functional at launch. It was over time that they kind of got out of alignment. And I mean, this is even on like new installs, so I'm thinking it's something to have to do with like changes to Windows over the years. No, I don't like the crowd. If I show up to an event, it's because I want to hear the person speak. It's like those people who do a woo whenever at like a comedy special. It's like I hope those people I hope those people trip on their shoelaces on the Joker staircase and fall down all those stairs and break both their femurs. If you woo at a comedy special, I hope bad things happen to you. I don't hope, not like an assault or anything, not like you get murdered, just like something of your own doing so that everybody thinks you're a dumbass who broke your own legs. I don't know if there's anything... Oh, Todd's gonna talk for a bit.
Years, it's almost done. Everybody's back in Maryland crunching away, and we really appreciate all the support everybody has given us over the years. We're really blessed to make these kind of games and have people.
Yeah, it's like the guy is talking and somebody feels the need to just shout some shit.
Embrace them the way you all have. We do have a special announcement too.
No, listen, you can be hype after what you saw. What you can't be is a fucking child who screams shit at a presentation. Okay? You should be sent back to grade school, but since adults can't go back to grade school, you should just be shot.
Quakecon. We are doing what we feel is the coolest collector's edition we have ever done.
Hell yeah, $300 fucking dollars, yeah.
And it's really, really limited. I don't know if I'm allowed to announce the price, and I kind of forget what it is.
It doesn't matter if that's how it is. That's not how it should be. There's a time, look, I was in theater. I know what crowds are like. You know, they'll clap and they'll cheer and what have you, but the people who scream shit, like the guy screamed something and it threw Todd off because, you know, why the fuck are you trying to talk to him?
Doesn't matter. If you guys want to flip to the image of the collector's edition. So it comes with the game.
I wonder if I can get one of those collector's edition dragons. Like, I know they've got to be for sale. $100, $120. I don't like it. I don't like it that much. I bet someone would 3D print me one if I asked, but I don't care that much.
Big map, making of DVD, the big cool item, the statue. This is Alduin, the World Eater. He is a dragon. This statue, the scale,
Yes,
it's a foot tall.
He is a dragon.
It's really, really well done. Model stuff in the game. It's done by the IP Factory. Worked with us on it. They did the big Valve Team Fortress statues. If you've seen those, really good stuff. So really high quality. And then.
All right, this is just gonna be a sales pitch. Who gives a fuck? Let's pull up the making of documentary, and we will sit and chat for a bit. Okay, cool. Pop up the horse here. How are we doing? Where's the dragon dildo? Don't support bad dragon. They're probably paid shills planted there by Todd to generate hype. Yeah, well, I called that out. There was the guy that like yelled that he should fight the dragon, and that was like the first time that Todd was like, "Oh, okay, I'll do something that the crowd is asking me to do." That was probably a Bethesda employee, like Pete Hines snuck out into the crowd and shouted some shit. Yeah, go ahead. Hydrate if you need to. I'm just gonna. We're gonna chat with chat. It's the Dragon Moo guy from E3 like 2 years ago. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not one guy. There's just like 1% of the population out there who thinks it's acceptable to do like that's shit that's acceptable at like a football stadium or like a NASCAR meet. You know, like a sports event. Because, you know, when you're at a sports event, then you're not trying to listen to somebody do a presentation. You're just like, oh, my team's got the ball. Yeah, yeah. You know, you're trying to hype them up. That's where it's acceptable. Where it's not acceptable is when a guy's trying to tell you about something that he made. Yeah, Gaping Dragon has an unfortunate name. I don't know if let's see. The documentary was included in the special edition, so I don't think that it won't address the DLC. But see, the thing with the people clapping at landing planes is, again, landing planes is a you know, it's not something that anybody can do. So it's like the logic of applauding the person who got you out of the air and onto the ground without dying, that makes a degree more sense again than shouting "rape her" at a thing, which somebody says happened, but I've personally never seen. Yeah, Ceaseless Discharge was another good Dark Souls boss name. I kind of, if you gave me a lead design position on a game, I would probably have all the boss names be double entendres in some way. Just because, you know, like look at Overwatch, right? Do I have that image saved? Overwatch was a game that sold pretty much entirely on sex appeal. Yeah. Look you guys up. This is the official canon fuckability list of Overwatch characters. So I'm sorry if you disagree with this, but this is canon. Well, it must be an American thing to want to steal the show or pretend to be personally connected with the person on stage. Yeah, I was hearing a story about how like concerts in like Germany go, and it throws American artists off because they're used to like loud crowds, and then they go to like another part of the world where the crowd is silent and they think that they're doing something wrong. Oh, everybody in TF2 is completely fuckable, like S tier. D was the lowest tier option I had. The only other option was not on the list. And there were two people who didn't make the list because I had no idea who they were. So I hope you guys all got hydrated. I'll throw this back on screen. It's similar to the fuckability tier list. It's the stream schedule. If you're just tuning in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be doing a stream just like this. But instead of watching Todd Howard, we're going to be watching other YouTubers, which is always fun because there's a decent chance out of the... How many fucking people are in here? Out of the 500 people that are in here, that some of you are going to be fans of the people we watch, and you're going to be suddenly upset that we're doing it with somebody you like. That's been my experience with how this works. People will cheer along until I cover their favorite guy. You should really watch that Morrowind video. I'd love to see you react to it. Are you talking about... I assume you're talking about Acer Thorn's Morrowind video. Hang on. We will catch a snippet of it. How's that sound? Okay. Take the schedule off. Take the horse down.
Get ready to unsubscribe, ladies and gentlemen. No, seriously, hover your mouse over the unsubscribe button and get ready to click on it, because I'm about to commit an act of heresy within the Elder Scrolls community. Morrowind is not the best of the 3D Elder Scrolls games.
They were all 3D, dumbass.
In fact, I would even go as far as to say that it's the worst of the 3D Elder Scrolls games. I
have a lesson for you. I've been a successful YouTuber for less than a year, but I know from past experience that when you present things like, get ready for my controversial opinion, people tend to take it a lot worse than if you just like started it off the bat. Because what you've done is you've poisoned the well, so to speak. So we'll skip ahead a bit. Because again, we're just sampling this. We're not actually watching this poor boy's video today.
Is open world exploration. Bethesda prides themselves on giving the player the freedom, once you complete the tutorial, to just pick a direction and head out and explore. If I had to pick one song not affiliated with Bethesda that best summed up the spirit of the Elder Scrolls franchise, it would probably be One Way Ticket by Leanne Rimes. I will provide...
Oh, I thought he said some, not song.
The game's main theme, titled Nerevarine, invokes a sense of wonder and adventure and entices you to go out and explore, a feeling which the overworld graphics sadly fail to complement.
Yeah, someone told me he was, and as far as I had seen, this was accurate. He was doing Morrowind's graphic comparisons to like modded Skyrim.
About 2/3 of the game map boasts lush forests, majestic waterfalls, glistening lakes.
Like, this area doesn't exist in vanilla Skyrim. I've been all over. This is definitely a modded area. Because Bethesda's smart enough to not put, like, a lake up above this kind of thing. Because this geographically can't exist. So. People always ask that with Azure's Thorn, is he satire? And I think it's a valid question. Sadly, I think the answer is no. Just based on the way he long-term commits himself, or conducts himself, rather. Why is he talking like that? Some people just kind of think that you need to do like a presentation voice for everything that you say, because that's what you're taught in speech class to do. But YouTube's more encourages kind of just natural speaking voice. But regardless, yeah, as fun as that would be to do, I don't really have a valid reason to do it. It's hardly a popular video. I know it's an infamous video, but it's hardly had influence. There's not people out there going, well, you know, as Acerthorn said best, you know, it's not that kind of situation. So really, it's not necessary. Does he still make videos like this? As far as I'm aware, yes. I don't know if they're the same quality, but I mean, you have, we have a YouTube short here titled Moral Ambiguity of Prim. Acerthorn Corrections Part 7. Ooh. Yeah. Anyways. People like to make the parody argument, and I think it's just because they're not familiar with him. It'd be for a horrible stream, but I have a 144p copy of Mr. Caption's Skyrim video if you wanted to watch it. If you can post that somewhere, and link it either in my comment section or on my Discord, I would be grateful. I don't care if it's 144p, so it'll look like pudding being smudged on the screen. I mostly just want to listen to it, honestly, because that's going to be the bulk of it, is what he says, not the quality that it's presented in. So if you have it, put it up. He makes corrections videos now where he doesn't correct himself, just argues more. Sounds like my follow-ups. It sounds like my one follow-up, and then I said I would do an Oblivion follow-up, but I never did it because it, like, sucked the life out of me to try and make it. Pick a random comment. Is there a random kind of funny meme comment? think I'm getting unlucky. But yeah, it was like, it was one of those things where it was like I was doing it and it was taking forever, and it was like I could do an Oblivion follow-up or I could just do a Red Dead Redemption 2 video. I think that I made the right decision, or the right call on that. Although one thing, I've been dying to say this for a long time. I get an equal number of... Yeah, okay, this is a good one. I get an equal number of comments praising the Bible stuff I did, and then an equal number of people who criticize it. And I've been wanting to say for a while, because not a single one of the people who have criticized me for my interpretation of the Bible have actually been able to elaborate how I'm wrong or why I'm wrong. And the answer is, and I've been wanting to say this, and this is pretty much the sole reason I've wanted to do a follow-up video. The reason I'm wrong doesn't have to do with accuracy or interpretation. It has to do with levity. Particularly, it's highly heretical because Satan is a character device that exists to elicit a certain emotion among common worshippers. And when you treat that concept with levity, you lessen the impact of that. And that's why it's heretical. It's because it undermines the inherent utilitarian value. But the thing is, nothing I said was actually wrong. And they can't... Not one of them has, that I've seen yet, has managed to present why I was wrong. And the reason is because I'm not wrong. I'm just heretical. And I'll accept being called heretical, but I won't accept being called wrong. But it's treating something that people treat very seriously, just like any other fandom. So people see that as pretty insulting. But it's like, the thing is, I understand the utilitarian value of Christianity. I don't necessarily believe in God. I'd more look at it as 90% of people are extremely dangerous and will woo at public speaking events and need to be controlled in some way. And if religion is the answer to controlling them, then so be it. Oh yeah, no, I'm not kidding with the you're wrong, but I'm not going to explain how. I got a decent number of these. Most people like most people, like, if we're talking about fast travel, will go, you're wrong, and then they'll elaborate why I'm wrong. But most of these people just said, you're wrong, and I'm not going to elaborate any further. And as we all know, that is gigachatic behavior. That is to be rewarded with immediate sex by the closest female. I mostly just talked about the goal of the part was to talk about why Mehrunes Dagon's characterization was changed the way it was. And so I wanted to elaborate. And people seem to think that, like, I was saying that there was some Christian conspiracy. And I'm like, no. What happened was Satan as a character got diluted down to just being pure evil for evil's sake. And then you had a bunch of people who aren't theologians who are going to look at that and go, okay, we need a villain in our game. Let's just make him Satan. And thus, you know, that's the extent of the relevance. It's here's the motivation. Here's why it is the way it is. So let's. Was there anything else? Any other follow-up stuff I kind of wanted to address? There was a pretty fun Reddit thread that yeah. There was a pretty fun Reddit thread full of stuff. The Elder Scrolls community on Reddit appreciated my work. The games community on Reddit did not. And of course, you know, you have the typical thing of, well, it's Reddit, so who gives a shit? But you have a lot of pseudo-intellectualism, like, well, academic writers would never be so long. Well, no, they would. The academic writers, here's the thing. If they didn't have to eat and pay their rent, academic writers would write 50 million word books and series and anthologies on super minute subjects because they're fucking nerds. That's just the truth of it. Academics are nerds. And if there wasn't any real world limitation on them, they would prattle on for fucking ever. So I don't look at Reddit. I only looked at the 2 threads because people linked them that they were going on. Alrighty, so I hope you guys are hydrated. Hope you're ready to go. I'm gonna pop the horse off the screen here, and we're gonna get a move on. I need to mark down that we've started this part in the notes. Making of documentary. Oh yeah, how many people know about Gary? I call him Gary. That's not actually his name, but he is a fascinating fellow. Is this him? Yeah, he made this. This might be familiar. This was Gary's thing. He was in the video. He actually acknowledged the video's existence, but did not acknowledge his part in it, which was sad because I know he didn't actually start it. He just saw it, like it get recommended and was offended that a video could be 12 hours long. But it's like, yeah, there are people. These people exist, and fascinating. Mahler's actually wrong about Dark Souls, and it was hilarious to see him flop during that H-Bomber saga. That's years old. That's years old drama, though, isn't it? Like, honestly, the oldest EFAPs are really starting to really, like, strain relevance. So, Mahler, Damn, I'm off. H-Bomber guy. 4 years ago? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that was only 4 years ago. I thought that it was like 2015, 2016. Interesting. But yeah, it's like, why is it relevant? That's such old news. They complain about video length because, yeah, I don't know. We've been puzzled over that. We have a channel in our Discord that reads this guy's tweets because he set his account to protected mode, and then he just, like, basically treats Twitter like his diary, and he has, like, fascinating positions. Like, I can pull it up right now, and I'm not going to post anything because I don't want to stream this guy's name, but actually I probably would have better luck. I don't know. The thing is, this guy complains about not having time to watch. He's like, I would be interested in learning about Resident Evil videos, but I'm not going to watch the 7.5-hour video about Resident Evil. And then he spent like 8 hours on Twitter justifying why he won't do it. He spends like at least 6 hours a day posting on Twitter, and he causes me whiplash because he'll be talking about like comic book stuff, and then he'll randomly be talking about like anti-fascism or like Texas paying reparations, and yeah, it's like, and his whole account's on protected mode, so nobody can ever respond to him. So it's just this guy shouting into the void, and it's so fascinating. I can't justify it. What was Mahler wrong about? I watched both watched both, and Mahler found all my problems with Dark Souls 2, and with regards to Dark Souls 1, I disagree with 2 minor points. I started to watch that video because it's like a piece of lore that I'm supposed to know about, but I couldn't do it, and it's not because it's bad, it's just because I'm never in the right mood to watch it. And like there's so much other stuff that I would rather listen to. Cuz I listen to stuff, I go on walks all the time, and that's when I listen to the bulk of stuff that I listen to. I've watched maybe like a dozen episodes of EFAP. Not watched, that's another listen kind of show. Because I was trying to catch up, and I for the life of me can't start the Joseph Anderson one. There's something about it that bothers me. Does he have a blue check mark? No, that's the fascinating part. He has less than 200 followers on Twitter. And his big thing is like, this guy, this Gary, hates Noah Caldwell-Gervais with a passion because he thinks that Noah Caldwell-Gervais was like punching down at him. And I'll share the tweet. Like, this is what he's bothered about, okay? He makes this tweet telling people to stop it, and then Noah Caldwell-Gervais quote tweets him and says, "I'll never stop it. Your hatred just makes my opinions longer." This is what Noah Caldwell-Gervais did to earn this man's permanent hatred. And I shit you not, at least once a week, he will complain about Noah Caldwell-Gervais doing this to him. And he has this thing where he refuses to name any of the people he's at war with, because he's also at war with like Zack Snyder fans and Gamergaters, and yeah, like it's such a pathetic thing. Like, if this happened to me, I would just laugh it off. And Noah Caldwell-Gervais is such an innocuous person to put into the book of grudges. It's like, I can understand not liking his videos, but I think it's impossible to hate the guy. But this man has figured out how to do it. But yeah, I love sharing this guy with people because he's so entertaining as a person. I don't think the way I've described it is unsuccessful movie Bob. No, people are still seething about Gamergate. And it's like, the thing is, okay, so when Gamergate was going on, people who were anti-Gamergate would like refuse to name it. They would call it like Google Gobble, or they would like asterisk out all the vowels, so that they could communicate what they were talking about, but they like wouldn't show up in search engines or some shit. That was their excuse, right? Because they were worried about it. But the thing is, Gamergate ended years ago, so doing shit like that only like is completely unnecessary, because nobody's Googling Gamergate and your tweet's gonna come up, right? So it just comes off as like extremely petty. But he does it with like Zack Snyder because he's got like a big thing against honestly, probably because Zack Snyder made a 4-hour movie. Let's be completely honest. Movie Bob was successful? Oh yeah, Movie Bob was successful. Decently. Where's Movie Bob's channel at? I mean, he's got twice as many subscribers as me, and he pulls He pulls like 10 to 50,000 views on videos that take a fraction of the time that my videos take. And that's not a dig. That's just kind of the nature of content production. But it's like, the guy makes a living. Yeah, that's sort of the thing is, Gamergate's one of those things I will never talk about in a video unless it's a video expressly about Gamergate, because there is probably no video game I would ever cover where it could possibly be relevant to talk about Gamergate. Like, unless it was like some game that like took a random snipe at Gamergate because one of the developers was like friends with Zoe Quinn or something. I shit on Snyder because he needed 4 hours to turn Justice League into something bearable. I don't like his movies. I'll just be completely honest. I'm not a big movie person, so I have to be a lot pickier with movies than I am with games. Can we talk about Skyrim instead? No. Again, these streams are just hangout sessions. And the best time to ask me anything that doesn't have to do with Skyrim is when we're between videos. So.
We're obviously big fans of the Elder Scrolls ourselves. These are the kind of games that we would be playing if we weren't here making.
Hey, somebody tell me what war game they're playing. I'm gonna write down we're big fans of Elder Scrolls because that's a funny quote. You know, I've never been drunk, but I still feel the call of alcoholism. I think it's shit like this that causes me to be alcoholic. What's my favorite bad game? That's a good question. The problem is, gaming's one, like, I can say I have a favorite movie or a favorite song. I can't say I have a favorite game because I'm like so invested into it. Is Warhammer 40K? Okay. They're fucking nerds.
This is the whole important part. This is the frothing, or as we say here, making a potion.
How do we make potions in Skyrim? There are about 30 or 40 of us.
What the fuck was that? What drink did he make?
Together for over 10.
It's important.
There are about 30 or 40 of us. We've been together for over 10 years at Bethesda Game Studios. These are the same leads that were working on Morrowind, Oblivion, and this is their third Elder Scrolls game with Skyrim. The same leads that were working on Morrowind, Oblivion, and this is their third Elder Scrolls game.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there because Ken Rolston left after Oblivion, so it's not the same leads. Frothing milk. Oh, it's for coffee? Okay, that's why I don't understand it. I don't drink coffee. I take caffeine supplements, but I'm not going to specify what they are until they decide to sponsor me. Because I would totally take a sponsorship for caffeine pills. Or like headphones or something. That's the kind of sponsorship I want. Fuck VPNs or like Raid, Shadow Legend. The Cum Chalice. That's what it is. Okay. We can let's do that. I always want to fill the space, the little void between the chat and the notepad. I think that the Cum Chalice fits. Why is it a web P? Fucking Reddit, dude. I want to know, like, how much money do they save by hosting WebPs? Like $12? Alright. Raycons are trash. That's what I've heard. I own Raycons. I've been fine with them. They're not quality. Like they're not audio quality, but the battery life thing is legit, and I've had one. I bought a pair. I had one break, and I sent it back, and they gave me a credit, and I was able to just get a more up-to-date version of the headphones. And I've had them for like 2 years, and I've had one break, and it was just dead weight, so I got rid of it. And the other one's still going strong. I'm kind of seeing how long it lasts, but it doesn't sound good, but it's been reliable. I'll say that. I would lose them because I'm stupid. Oh yeah. Yeah. When I had a job, I'd lose headphones, because when I started with Bluetooth headphones, I like the in-ear things because they're stealthy, and that's what I needed. But the first like generation of them didn't come with cases. They were just the headphones by themselves, and they were super easy to lose.
Game with Skyrim.
Here. What I'm trying to do is every time I pause for a while, I'm trying to go back 10 seconds so I don't lose any context. So you might have to remind me to keep me loyal to that rule.
Over 10 years at Bethesda Game Studios. These are the same leads that were working on Morrowind, Oblivion, and this is their third Elder Scrolls game with Skyrim.
It wasn't a question of whether we were going to do a fifth one. It was more, what did we want it to be? How is it going to be different?
Skyrim is sort of this culmination of over a decade's worth of making open world RPGs, and we're trying to take everything that we've learned and focus it onto this one game.
You're the leader of the rebellion.
I thought it was weird when he said, "You're the leader of the rebellion." Like, is it just because it's a robo voice?
It sort of starts like with a kernel of ideas that Todd has.
Wait. Interesting. That did not sound like text-to-speech of the era.
And a couple of the key people who've been here for a long time worked on all the Elder Scrolls, so you sort of know, like, after the previous game.
Yeah, I think I mean, we're only a minute in, but I think the Oblivion documentary was way better.
What was the feedback, or what was that game?
Like, this is marketing compared to that one.
Then where is this game set? What do we want to do different? What do we want to improve upon?
Usually with great gnashing of teeth. That's usually where you start.
One of the reasons why we did Skyrim is it has more developed lore than some of the other places. We've written more about it. There's been more references in books. So we knew more about it. We had more of a starting place, and it was also, we thought it was cool lore.
What is the tone of the game? How does the player feel about the world they're in? We're going to let you create who you want to be. So we don't.
God, I hate starting videos because it feels like I'm just letting it play, but it's like every video that starts, there's nothing really to say for the first 3 minutes or so. But you have to watch it anyways.
Don't want to define as much who you are, as much as how do you feel about the world that you are exploring. And so for us, when we first start talking about one, is what is the tone of the world? And then everything else comes out of that.
Hey, what's that rendition? You guys hear that?
Comes out of that.
So Matt will go off and make art and start to sort of get the look based on what Todd has said and what they talked about, and the designers, Bruce and those guys, will go off and sort of come up with the main quest and the characters, and then we just meet.
Hang on.
And then everything else comes out of that.
So Matt will go off and make art and start to sort of get the look based on what Todd has said and what they talked about.
Okay, so let me follow the logic here. Todd leads to concept art from Matt, leads to main quest from Bruce.
And the designers, Bruce and those guys, will go off and sort of come up with the main quest and the characters, and then we just meet each week and talk about it and iterate upon it and see what works.
No, it's a good rendition. It's like like, okay, the one that's in the game is like super orchestral because it's trying to be epic and really sell you on the game that you're about to start. But this is like a much nicer kind of subdued take on the Elder Scrolls theme.
Works and what doesn't.
Oblivion, the last game we did in the Elder Scrolls universe, was a very core fantasy where the area it was set in, Cyrodiil, was very much all races, all ethnicities, all...
Okay, I don't understand. Why are you showing like fucking demo footage?
cultures, all, you know, it tried to be a little bit of everything.
Okay, so we got Emil saying that Oblivion tried to be everything. Which is true, and if you remember, I said as much in the Oblivion video, was that Oblivion's problem was that it was out of order. Skyrim, it should have been Morrowind, Skyrim, and Oblivion, because Bethesda was much more capable. I think Bethesda would have done a way better job of Oblivion if that had been the order, because then they would have been able to capture like all of those unique cultures in a way better way. It sounds like it could have been a battle theme alongside the title theme. Yeah, it has a lot less layers to it, and so it allows you to really kind of take in the melody.
Skyrim is much more of our hardcore, like...
Because if you listen to Skyrim main theme, this is where I get copyright claimed. Like, there's so much going on. But then that is like, you know, it's what they played for the documentary was just a couple instruments, and it fits from like a video production standpoint, because if they had used the Skyrim theme, I'm probably not going to actually use it as background music. It's too noisy. So it draws attention away from what's being said to what the music is.
Viking fantasy.
We sort of settled on Skyrim as, you know, different from...
I'm kind of interested in seeing if actually I can just look it up now. I'm interested in if that Skyrim documentary theme is out there anywhere. There's a trailer version. That just sounds like the normal theme. Yeah, it just sounds like the normal theme to me.
From Cyrodiil, which was very civilized and the center of the empire, and we wanted to kind of mix things up, make it rougher, less peaceful, definitely.
No, because I fought like fucking 50 dragons in the last month. I can tell you it's not a dragon theme.
More brutal.
Skyrim starts the way every Elder Scrolls game starts. You're a prisoner. You don't have a background. And it's sort of like an Elder Scrolls tradition. We want the player to fill in those blanks, you know, with their own imagination.
You know, Emil saying Elder Scrolls tradition is really exploitable. So it's like fast travel. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta set it up.
Skyrim starts the way every Elder Scrolls game starts. You're a prisoner. You don't have a background. And it's sort of like an Elder
Fast travel.
Scrolls tradition. We want the player to fill in those blanks, you know, with their own imagination.
You were trying to cross the border, right? Skyrim was fine until you came along.
Elder Scrolls especially, we give you, you're a blank slate.
and we've wiped your history clean, and you're free to make your story as you wish.
And in this particular...
Sure. We'll say that that's true. So someone said it's this song. Nope, it's absolutely not that song. Yeah, that's not even close to the same melody.
In a case, you're being led to your execution, and the execution is interrupted by a dragon attack. And
wow, spoilers.
You were a criminal and you were accused of some crime, but it's like, what is this other stuff going around? There's this weird civil war going on.
He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts report, sir.
And there's a lot of tension.
Hey, you toggled free cam, but you're clipping into the ceiling. So it's like, the shit's in the way. Like, this isn't the rafters, this is the backside of a model. It is kind of a tabletop way to start a game. I mean, there's some people who advocate that method, because the prototype tabletop way to start a game is you're in a tavern, how do you meet? But some ways that Dungeon Masters start games is you're about to be executed for your crime, and suddenly one of your party members, one of the fellow prisoners who is one of the other people at the table, makes a break for it, and now you got to try to escape. Like, yeah, it's kind of a tabletop game thing, but starting in taverns is typically more common.
In the world, and in Oblivion, you weren't the person that saved the world. You helped the person save the world. But we definitely knew, like, this is Skyrim, you know, the land of the barbarians. We want you to feel like...
Okay, it's bothering me because they introduced the people, but they only did it once. So now I'm like, wait, hang on, which one is which? I know which one's Emil. I think I know which one's Bruce, and obviously I know which one's Todd. But it's like, who was that guy? So we're at 343. Let's try to... Or if somebody in chat was paying attention. It's just kind of one of those annoying things with documentaries. That's Mark Lampert. I think it's Matt, the concept artist.
You know, the Nord hero here.
Well, I mean, you can start a tabletop game any way you want. You find yourself falling next to a group of people towards a body of water. You know, it's just different approaches for storytelling.
What is it now, Mother?
A dragon! I saw a dragon!
If you were to look at the power...
This is Ashley Cheng.
Point way back in the day, dragons was #1 on that list. We are going to do dragons in a way that you've never seen before in any RPG.
We haven't had dragons in the Elder Scrolls. We had one in Redguard, but that game is set in the past. And so there kind of becomes these mythical creatures people talk about, but you never quite see.
You know, there have been rumors of dragons coming back.
No, Emil's the redhead with the guy. He's wearing the shirt that says Fusurda.
And no one's really believed it because, as far as anyone knows, dragons are gone from the world. They've all been killed off.
Well, it depends on your focus. If you start in front of a dungeon, then you might be more like combat or exploration focused. But if you're like trying to roleplay things, then tavern or prison is a good way to start. Because that's how you start with like character introductions.
You know, hundreds of years ago. But now here's this dragon. What's that about?
It's a really
the Nords have
kind of a boring documentary, if I'm going to be completely honest.
This god in their pantheon, Alduin.
Alduin, who is this?
Apparently his name is Emil. This is the first I'm hearing of this pronunciation. Also, what's up with this guy's face? Looks like a Neanderthal.
I don't want to say evil, but dark god in the Elder Scrolls lore. He is a dragon.
In the
Alduin, who is this? I don't want to say evil, but dark god in the Elder Scrolls lore.
I'm gonna let you guys stew on that for a minute. boat is an interesting start. That's kind of like the go-to Bethesda DLC start. Is you're on a boat coming into an area. Go. He pronounces it Emil. Yeah, that's what I like. Todd said it somewhere, and I was like, wow, I didn't know that it was pronounced that way. So I apologize to Emil Pagliarulo for saying your name slightly wrong, but that said, that doesn't really undermine anything I said. But if there's any reason why I don't score a Bethesda interview, it's probably going to be that. Let's be honest.
He is a dragon.
In the ancient times, he sort of ruled over the humans in this part of the world.
Alduin's Wall is sort of a history in stone of the last time that dragons were seriously resisted by the human beings of the world. And it tells the story of how Alduin was defeated the first time.
And the prophecy goes...
Trust give me an interview with anybody at Bethesda. I can probably figure out what questions to ask them. But especially with Emil, because he had lead design positions and senior writing positions.
He will return and eat the world. Well, that's what happens in Skyrim.
Yeah, who still calls to order a pizza? Like, that's such an inefficient way to do it.
And part of what is written on the wall is the player's journey, the player's destiny.
And so you start out trying to figure out, what does it have to do with me?
Hey, you're sending me mixed messages here. Am I doing my own thing, or do I have a destiny?
Pretty early on, you learn that you're Dragonborn, and so you're trying to figure out, what does that mean?
The Dragonborn is someone who has the soul of a dragon, and there hasn't been one in so long. People almost wonder if it's a myth.
You can't say that you can steal Skyrim. It's just not true.
You don't have a chance.
Dragonborn is like... That's something where it gets really kind of metaphysical, kind of... We don't want to define it too much. That's what we do want it to be. Well, how does that work?
Now, as far as I know, my Bethesda lore, I think Kirkbride was out the door at this point. Kind of left on quasi bad terms because of how Skyrim went.
You show up.
If you still call for pizza, you're like a boomer who can't figure out the internet. Or your pizza place has a shitty website. That's a good answer too.
And you start exhibiting these powers, and people are like, oh my god, could it be true? Is this the Dragonborn? Does this person have the voice, the Thume, this power of old?
Most people tell me to fucking stop it when I shout. Like, they don't show, like, curiosity or impressment. They're like, hey, why you doing that?
And if so, what does that mean?
And what it really comes down to mean is anointed by the gods with the soul of a dragon.
This is something that, once every few generations you have someone who's born with this ability. So you as the dragon...
Okay, hold on there, Bruce. Once every few generations someone's born with this ability. That would imply that there had been, like, 3 or 4 Dragonborn between Oblivion and Skyrim. So what the fuck is that? It's not how generations work.
Dragonborn, you must resolve the problem with the dragons. You must find out what it is they're back here for, and you have to take this head on.
Part of it is a mystery.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. This is gonna be a short break. So be right back. Very sorry. I know I'm supposed to play someone else's video while I go on break. Well, the weird thing about this making of is that to see it, you've already bought the game. Because it came with the special edition. It wasn't, you know, wasn't released ahead of the game coming out.
And then once you have the, okay, this is what's actually going on, then it takes on a more adventurous, less mysterious tone.
Like a lot of game story ideas, it comes in little fits and spurts, and it starts with something simple and starts to grow into something more elaborate, and finally
Found weapons can be broken in comp, becomes the resource for smithing improvements. It requires a lot of comp to forge a...
take away some of the...
Ore can be found in mines. What the fuck is this? Like a lot of abandoned ideas. Alright, what the hell are you talking about, Bruce?
It's mysterious town.
Like a lot of game story ideas, it comes in little fits and spurts, and it starts with something simple and starts to grow into something more elaborate, and finally you take away some of the excess and you're left with something rather clean. For us, it started with a very simple concept of dragons. If we're going to do dragons, we need to do dragons right, because it's a big deal. This isn't something you can just, oh yeah, there's another creature like a bear walking around.
Okay, so comp being components makes sense, but... So I guess they originally thought that you would find stuff in the world and then you could break it down for materials. I think there's a mod that does that, but...
In the woods.
Part of our challenge was to make the dragons familiar without being 100% cliche.
We definitely like them being characters. They had a culture. They may be terrifying and they may be brutal, but they're also sentient and intelligent, and they have a language, and they can...
Yeah, I'm definitely going to exploit this whole sentient and intelligent dragons bit. Because they act like animals.
And speak, and they will speak to you at times. But they also have a sort of distinct sort of Nordic flavor to them. And they're big.
We wanted the dragon to feel very majestic, so we were looking at, well, how do eagles soar and that sort of thing. But on ground, we wanted them to be a little bit more primal and reptilian in nature. A lot of it is analyzing real-world analogs. So we'll look at bat footage, we'll look at bird footage. It's trying to research so that we're not...
Yeah, I think they mean sapient.
Making a fantastical creature be unbelievable. It may be a fantastical creature, but it still has to feel like it has weight. It still has to feel like it could exist in this environment.
Trying to make dragons feel authentic is, for us, more important than making them feel unique, special, and completely and utterly different.
Making them feel authentic is more important. This is going to be a paraphrase. More important than making them unique / special.
Is analyzing real-world analogs. So we'll look at bat footage, we'll look at bird footage. It's trying to...
Yeah, but the implication is that every dragon is sort of an intelligent creature. And that is obviously far and away from what actually happens.
research so that we're not.
Yeah, I could do a bit with this. Like, this is what the developers will look like when they finally start making TES 6.
Making a fantastical creature be unbelievable. It may be a fantastical creature, but it still has to feel like it has weight. It still has to feel like it could exist in this environment.
Trying to make dragons feel authentic is, for us, more important than making them feel unique, special, and completely and utterly different. You make the experience of it feel so real that that's what becomes important. The authenticity is what matters to us.
God, who edited this thing? Like, fucking music clips and the audio from the footage they have will just start and stop. There's no transitions. It's just, oh, we're listening to combat now.
In the Elder Scrolls lore, the ancient Nords had this power of the Fum, the ability to shout and, you know, form these words of power. It was written then, it was never intended. This is the language of dragons. But when we started, we're gonna do Skyrim, or we're gonna have dragons come back, that was a pretty quick decision. It was like, that's what we always meant.
And the dragons in the game, you can hear them speaking the language. So that got us talking about, well, what does this language mean for the player? What kind of device will this be? And so we decided to create this dragon language.
Emil, I want you to write this song. That's how it started. Can you write a song that works in dragon language, that rhymes with the Elder Scrolls theme, when translated into English, also makes sense and rhymes? He's able to come up with things. I don't know how he does it.
I found recordings of Beowulf in Old English. That gave me sort of the overall feel.
As the story goes...
I expected this to be like the Making of Oblivion document, which is literally in the recommendations.
In real life. If you move her head, you see the hind end actually moves. Everything's connected. You know, there's not one joint that you can just move independently, really. And here's a...
Like, that's way more informative to how they did this than, you know... we like modeled it on bats, man.
He kind of sat on it for a while and went home one weekend and heated up some mead and wrote the thing. And he came in on Monday, there it is, and it was like, oh my gosh, this actually works.
Each shout has 3 components. There are 3 words. And so it becomes like, okay, I say one word, you know, foos, and then ro, and da. And so when you're doing this as a gameplay device, it's like, it has to all meld together, like foos, ro, da.
When you say foos, ro, da, like that, that's when the big clap of thunder, you know, should fire off in the game. And this blast of energy comes out of the player and knocks your opponent off their feet. And if it all times up just right, it feels perfect.
What the hell was that? Oh, he's stealthed. I'm like, is that a werewolf?
Up just right, it feels perfect.
You have these walls where you...
No, this documentary is boring, though.
...learn the words of power, usually, and they are these ancient writings of the Nords who knew the language.
One of our concept artists, Adam...
Like, yes, thank you. I was unable to make that observation myself.
Come up with like the visual, you know. Todd was directing him. It's like, no, it's gonna look like, you know, if the dragons had clotted into the stone. So it's very jagged looking.
And he decided, well, all right, the dragon has this many claws. It probably uses its thumb claw as like a rotation point. And then he started sketching out different scratch patterns, and eventually that became the language. Skyrim's the most northern province in Tamriel, so it's the home of the Nords.
It's at the same latitude as like High Rock and Ardenfell and Morrowind. So, you know,
really heavy snow-covered mountains and this really rugged.
Well, remember the making of Oblivion one. Or no, was that was the demo, wasn't it? Damn. I was thinking like we could play the dog getting roasted. But I mean, this was the one that gave us the Neil Todd smile. That shit post, that was a great stream, by the way. If you're new here and you didn't see the Oblivion streams we did, then you won't know the lore that we the like burning dog, and there was the Radiant AI was like a super AI that Bethesda saved us from because they had to turn it down, and we wanted to like burn real dogs.
Good environment.
Really one of these like large craggy features that erupt out of the ground, giving you these kind of dramatic sheer.
Hey, it's the tree guy. He gained weight. Look. Oh no, not closed captions.
How the lighting splays across it. This color and texture is perfect for some of the textures that we were trying to recreate in the game.
It's the tree guy. He actually answered one of my fans' emails. He's a man now.
Visuals and vistas to walk and travel through.
The world is our main character. Even though you're playing somebody, we have these NPCs, we have a story, the main character of the game is the world, the province of Skyrim.
Now, gaining weight's not an insult, because he was scrawny before, and now he looks well fed.
So the world in this region really defines the entire look of the game. What creatures live there and what alchemy plants grow there. So we come up with a set of foliage that grows in each region, different color palettes, different lighting, different weather, and then make sure that transitions well between the different regions, but then still fits in with the overall aesthetic.
Yeah, the Reach just fucking starts. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but there's no transition from like Falkreath to the Reach. It's just a hard border.
Of the world.
What makes our RPGs different is the amount of time we spend just building the world and thinking about it. As you walk through.
Yeah, but Noah Barry's on the level. Well, like, don't make fun of the poor guy.
The game, what are you going to see when you walk into town? You know, what are you going to be able to pick up? What are you going to be able to craft? What are you going to be able to eat?
All of the little things in that are what we obsess over. You could say, well, what effect does that have on gameplay? Let's not overthink it. That's just neat. But they become the key thing that makes you feel that this is all real for the moment I'm in it.
We kind of call
And not a speck of insight was gained.
Cluttering the world. You can go into a house and steal all the guy's mead. And, you know, that's fun. That was a game you just decided to go do.
I want to touch everything and do it and stare at these bushes that have...
That's the kind of thing that I came up with as a kid for, like, the really barren shit games that I owned was, what's this stupid gimmick that I could do? And that's not something to be proud of. I'm going to play Battlefront 2 for the 5,000th time, but I'm going to only use the pistol. Like that kind of shit.
All been individually modeled, and what do their flowers look like? And then you can pick the flowers off and they come off and you can eat them and they do things to you and you can mix them into potions.
It makes a sense of believability to the world. So you really see how people live in it and what they're doing. And a lot of the story is just told by the clutter or the environment that is just built around that character.
There is so much stuff in the game. It is an orders of magnitude.
I can save it. I want to touch everything. This is a funny sentiment. I'm just like, fuck, I'm glacial. I kind of miss the crowd going, woo! because it was so dumb there was something I could make fun of. This is like just boring. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I feel like the inspect item thing is something I could. It's like the dodge roll from Oblivion. I could bring it up, and people are like, "I had no clue that existed."
Magnitude larger and has more things in it than we've ever done.
It's not enough for us just to create one large city. We're going to do 5. It's not enough for us to do a few farms or a few places of interest. We're going to do 500 hand-placed things for you to look at in the world.
Oh no, a dozen farms is bad. How about 500 hand-placed things?
And we're going to keep adding. We're going to keep...
I thought he was going to say like 500 farms, and I'm like,
And we're going to keep adding. We're adding up until the end.
When you come out of that first dungeon and you see this huge open valley of pine trees and clouds and these giant mountains like we haven't been able to do in any previous Elder Scrolls game, that part is really special. That's kind of the first part where we're like, yeah, that's what Skyrim's all about. This big, huge, rugged, open world, and you can kind of go wherever you want in it.
You're the leader of the rebellion. If they capture you, oh guys, where are they taking?
all right, hit me.
Yeah, did you see that, Josh?
Nice. Finally, something. It's not like it is broken in the game anyways.
Like everything else, like the plants and the people, we treat the creatures the same, that they live in this world.
Mammoths and giants. Probably the coolest. Because you can actually get kind of close to them. You can walk up, as long as you don't get too close, you can walk up and watch them sort of move on by like a slow herd. If you mess around with them, it's not going to be pretty. They're very powerful. Some of the principal villains in the game would be the Draugr. These are sort of mindless undead creatures.
Your principal villain is a mindless creature. Ooh, that's not something you want to say.
Porkers, who are these seals.
A cool one that people haven't really seen before is the Falmer. These are another type of elf in Elder Scrolls lore. In Skyrim, the idea is that they've lived underground for a long time, so long that their eyes have all grown over.
We have hag ravens.
She's a really powerful magic user.
Which are evil witches who have decided to trade some of their humanity for all kinds of evil magical powers.
Okay. There's nothing particularly interesting about this part, but it's just like the way they present these ideas is super simplistic, because there's a lot of ways that you could explain what a hag raven is, but the way that you decided to do it was, yeah, you know, they're just kind of these like evil people that traded some of their humanity for evil powers. And it's like, whoa. Don't you want to like go back and kind of sell them up like, yeah, they're these witches that lead covens and lead the Forsworn and like really reflect like why people have negative stereotypes towards magic, and they have all kinds of interesting mechanical powers. It's like, why would you just sell them short as they're evil and they do evil things?
One of my favorites in concept and execution are these ice wraiths.
There's a line in lore that Nords, when they come of age, will go fight an ice wraith. But we didn't really know what an ice wraith looked like. So we didn't want to do just a typical ghost specter thing. So we worked with one of the concept artists, and he had this idea for this really cool serpentine crystalline ice creature.
And they move on the wind. That's the kind of thing that feels more unique to this game. They're pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're terrifying, it's more annoying.
I think combat is a really, really tricky thing in a game like this. You want to make you, physically, the player who bought the game, feel like you're getting better, but more so that the character on the screen that you are playing is getting better at it.
Okay, so Todd is distinguishing between the player and the character, which is really weird. Because he's correct in that in a role-playing game, you have the needs of the player, but also the needs of the character that the person is playing. And I feel like Skyrim doesn't reflect that anybody really understood that.
Where do you...
Yeah, the problem with ice wraiths is that you fight them in snowy areas, so you can barely fucking see them.
Draw that line? How much does it become a reflex game? I'm good at blocking at the right time versus my character's good at...
No, the only thing in Skyrim I've had trouble fighting is like the Draugr Overlord enemies if they're higher level than me.
Look at combat in a big way. Tried to make it more emotional and impactful and visceral. Have the player moving around more and be moved around more rather than just be kind of static.
I mean, a lot more action-oriented, and that always presents a lot of challenges because it actually involves a lot of math and timing to make it fluid and fun, and a lot of iteration.
We did spend a lot of time just, you know, taking a mace and hitting fake guys in the head on the screen until it, you know, punchy or punchy. Oh, now you're going too far. It looks too silly. Okay, pull back. If we can succeed at, here comes a wolf, and I take an axe and I plant it in his head, and he dies, and I take his hide. Like, if that, just something that simple, you feel like, yeah. You feel good about it, then when we're fighting giants or dragons, like, you know, that's much easier.
I might switch the camera move on this one, though.
And we looked at the visual experience. The visual experience for us needed to be more immediate, needed to be more like I'm there in the world.
For certain kill moves, you're going to see that the camera's going to slow down, pop into third person.
Yeah, it does.
It's a lot of fun.
I think you're bleeding.
Going to some cinematic perspective quickly and watching your character do something really cool.
We wanted you to be able to
We spent hours trying to get kill animations that weren't bugged.
see the sword shove through their torso and come out the back like I'm being a real badass. Like I'm going to slaughter people, creatures, whatever is out there. I'm going to slaughter it.
Tim Lamb and my favorite.
I need to sit up. I'm about to fucking die here.
Cinekill was the other one. So we had all these different names. I mean, any month there was a different name. So I think this month's name is Kill Cam, and I think we'll change it. We're getting toward the end.
That's Claff the wizard. He's dual wielding.
The key to combat in Skyrim is being able to wield weapons and spells in both hands. So that's a new thing for us.
One of our big mantras going into the game is you are who you play. And a lot of that is, what are you going to put in your hands?
You know, dual wielding now means I can have a spell in this hand and a sword in this hand. Or I can have
a shield in each hand. Oh wait, no, you can't do that.
Spell in this hand and the same spell in this hand. And what does that do? Oh, guess what? It does something even more powerful. And so that all plays into...
Yeah, okay, Emil. Really hyping that up, aren't you?
to how the combat plays out.
It makes sense that they play in windowed mode in development. I don't know how the game would crash if they ever alt-tabbed. But typically in development, when you're playing a game, you just do it in Alt Tab because it works better. Because you might still need to, like when you make stuff in Unity, you play in windowed mode so that you can see like all the variables and stuff, depending on what you're testing.
So this is the final state where like the beams fade away.
And then this was the current test of the Skull Corruption cast. Basically, I've hidden the projectile.
It's too bad we don't do more of this burning stuff.
Really? 10,000 times more than Oblivion already.
The whole dual controller thing we're doing came from the initial Magic design.
With the spells, we knew immediately from the beginning we wanted to get something that was more of a wizard duel rather than just, you know, can I throw fireballs quicker than you can throw fireballs? Could we make it actually feel...
Can I throw fireballs faster than you can throw fireballs? Come on, just say someone played BioShock and wanted to put that in your game. It's fine. It's a solid idea.
Feel like something.
So we wanted to be able to have two magic guys go at it, you know, in a really good, strategic, fun, and exciting way, like we can do with melee combat. We've also added new ways for the spells to be delivered.
So the way we treat fire now is it hits and it spreads and it can spread a bit and do damage, and you can actually just take your fire spell and lay it on the ground, let guys run through it.
And we really spent a lot of time, you know, focusing on magic this game, you know, just a ton more effort into.
I see.
You know, all the unique spells and their visuals.
The area effect is in, the casting art.
Yeah, how did I not notice that? Two guys go at it. Bethesda is really interested in capturing the feeling of two guys, two manly men out in the wilds, just really going at it with each other.
Art is in with the magic system added to the mix here in Skyrim. Almost a third of the gameplay is involving special effects being thrown at people.
That's what I always imagined this room to be like, especially when the wizards start going with their spells.
Forget the numbers and how much it kills guys. A lot of times you just...
So what I'm taking away from this is when they made the College of Winterhold thing, they like went, just make a placeholder quest, and like 90% of their effort was like, does the Augur of Dunlane effect look cool? Does the Orb of Sarthal effect look cool? So it's like, we want the flashy presentation, but we don't necessarily want like a good story.
You find a new spell and no one's around, you set it off.
Cast the spell in the right hand, cast the same exact spell in the left hand, basically just mirror, and then cast a different spell. Okay, stop right there. Magic meeting. I am sure that some insightful commentary is about to occur.
Your damage resistance is determined by your armor and your perks and other stuff that might fold into that. So in this case, admittedly, the player will have to trust that we are doing what we say we are doing. We've always been very big in the Elder Scrolls on dynamic growth of the character. Every single one of our games in the series has had this idea that when you do something, you get better at it.
In Skyrim, the game adapts to what you're doing. That was one of the reasons why we got rid of classes.
I won't leave Skyrim alive!
Did you see that? Like, he just runs up, and then power attacks the air, and is like, oh shit, I didn't hit him.
What you're doing. That was one of the reasons why we got rid of classes.
I won't leave Skyrim alive!
And you decide what your character is just by going out and doing that stuff.
Depending on...
I thought this was about magic.
What weapon you're using.
We're just talking about the same fucking thing of, just like use whatever you want, dude.
do any damage, you're going to get a certain amount of skill usage, and then that's going to build up until you reach that threshold, and then your skill will increase. At that point, once you've increased enough skills, then you level up.
Same thing with wizardry. Start casting spells, you'll get better at casting spells. So in an ideal environment, you don't have to think about what it is you're trying to do. You're not watching to see, oh, how can I make my character do this or that? You just play.
Oh, hang on. Let me pull the curtain back 1 second. Don't you dare. Okay. I'm sorry. What did you just say to me?
Just play spells. Same thing with wizardry. Start casting spells, you'll get better at casting spells. So in an ideal environment, you don't have to think about what it is you're trying to do. You're not watching to see, oh, how can I make my character do this or that? You just play. You're not watching to see, oh, how can I make my character do this or that? You just play. And the game responds. The game responds by letting you become those things.
Every time you level up, you get to pick a perk. And the perks are what really defines your character. The definition of what a perk is really kind of hard to nail down.
It's a Boolean that determines whether or not you have a thing that will marginally affect another variable, like your damage or your defense. Or sometimes it unlocks the ability to do things, but that's usually pretty rare. I wonder when they decided to let you prestige your skills, removing the level cap effectively. Well, a lot of people don't seem to realize that wasn't in the base game. That was, I think, Dragonborn. In the base game, the max level is 81. That's the highest you can level if you hit 100 in every skill. Just play the game, dude. This is fucking killing me.
Greetings, Angry Joe.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there.
Advantage or a feature or a gameplay enhancement or an ability or feat that you get as you progress in your skills.
You can actually play the game for a while as a warrior character and then decide, I want to start doing magic stuff. And in the previous games, if you really wanted to do that, you probably wanted to start over. Well, in Skyrim, you can start doing it, and you suck at it at first. And then eventually, it starts affecting you more, and then you can make up that ground without throwing away however many hours of gameplay you've already done.
In Skyrim, we like to say we are what you play, and it sounds like a catchphrase or whatever, but it really is true.
Who do you want to be? The game is going to have some outlet for that. So on some level, we get ourselves in trouble by trying to make...
I want to be a normal person. Is that possible?
The ultimate fight dragons game, the ultimate be a warrior game, the ultimate mage game, and the ultimate thief game, and the ultimate assassination game, and the...
I think someone hit the nail on the head with this just being an advertisement, which again is weird because this came with the game. So...
I'm picking plants.
Oh, did he say it?
The game is going to have some outlet for that. So on some level, we get ourselves in trouble by trying to make the ultimate fight dragons game, the ultimate be a warrior game, the ultimate mage game, and the ultimate thief game, and the ultimate assassination game, and the ultimate I'm picking plants. You know, all of these.
All right, so there's a term for what you're saying. It's called Jack of all trades, master of none.
Kind of different styles. We want to pay off.
Skald supports Ulfric's rebellion, and he doesn't like having a couple of old legionnaires living in his town.
Be responsive to things.
Oh, God.
You've trained hard over this past decade. Now,
I think did he blow out the saturation so that you can't see the subtitles, but I don't think they're on.
it's time. Show me what you've learned.
Force Good.
Very good. I felt that one. Few have been so loud. You have never been more ready.
Thank you.
Your training is complete. Now, feel it within you and let your shout bring down your enemies.
Thank you, Master. It is only through your teachings that I am now powerful enough to rid the earth of his evil. I will be the champion of Skyrim. Wish me luck.
Okay. It felt like it was a joke without a punchline. Like it was leading up to something, but then it never happened.
The player does. When you do something in the game, we want the game to recognize it and respond appropriately to you.
Did I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not. Maybe. Never mind. But I would stay away from him if I were.
That dialogue doesn't happen because of anything you do. That's just like Findel's generic greeting until you do the quest.
Does that AI tie into a story? Like, how do I get quests from them? How do they become my friends? What will they do for me? What can I do for them? That kind of stuff.
Sometimes it's as simple as having a guard in a city comment on the things that you've done.
Get your thieving hands off that! Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man.
Dude, that's like a bacon video. That's like the shit I post on my second channel. Hang on.
I've never been a smart one, but the companions welcome anyone with the heart of a warrior. You look strong. Come to Norvasker and be a companion.
Yeah, that's like a bacon clip that like they unironically included.
Simple as having a guard in a city comment on the things that you've done.
Get your thieving hands off that! Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man.
The game has now responded.
Yeah, that is such a disingenuous thing. Like, he's pretending that he said it with that tone. How do I even take this note? Oh, you stole something, so he told you to go to Bleak Falls Barrow mainly. No, that's just how he talks. That's the normal dialogue. You just fucked up and played it like over when he should have been doing something angry.
Responded to something you've done in a way that makes sense and feels like the natural world.
Okay, so that was the magic meeting. The last 3 minutes, or the last 4 minutes, that was all about magic, okay? Now I'm going to quiz you guys. What did we learn? The reason this is an ad, they can't stop selling their game after they already sold it to you? I guess. That's the weirdest thing is, like, were they under the impression that this was going to get released, like, ahead of the game? Like, this was going to be the thing that sold it to people? Because it's like an ad, but, you know, the game's already out, so...
Oh,
everybody, my income checks are here. Let's see, Activision. All the revenue from online passes. Oh, that's a big one. And, oh yes, Capcom. What the hell?
Your day has finally come, Corporate Commander.
I like the idea that Skyrim taught him how to fight Corporate Commando.
Angry Joe?
With fantastic games such as Skyrim, the world no longer needs a villain such as yourself.
That is such... that is such a fucking... Oh my god. Oh god. With such great games as Skyrim, we will strike out against these corporate game companies. And then, you know, as it turned out, who was the most corporate of them all? That threw me for a loop. Why aren't we watching the Angry Joe video? Clearly we would get something out of it. Unsolicited Angry Joe. All right, let's see. Can I find this clip? There's a really good clip that comes to mind at times like this. And if I find it, I will play it.
I remember when I started my old job at THQ, the guy I sat down next to, he said, I have faith in 3 game companies, the 3 Bs, Bethesda, BioWare, and Blizzard. And I had to... When was this? Year-wise? 2012 or 11.
What? That's too late!
That's too late! I had to physically turn my head away from him.
That's what the Angry Joe thing made me think of.
You have no idea how much data is in this game. Here are some staggering numbers.
Lay it on me.
There are 31 quests in Fallout 3. In Skyrim, there's 244 of these. Things like collecting dog tags, delivering books, things that we do as objectives.
What? There's 31 quests in Fallout 3? I'm sorry, what? That clip is from Super Best Friends, I think. I just have that particular section clipped out. So it wasn't on YouTube, as far as I'm aware, but yeah. Is there... That can't possibly be right. The thing is, I've always seen, like, on V, that fucking image get posted of, like, Fallout 3 versus New Vegas, and Fallout 3 has, like, no quests, right? But 31? There's no way. Yeah, the Fallout Wiki says there's 59 quests. So, like, this is this classic Toddism of, like, oh yeah, in our last game, actually, to get it to work, we had to ship the game with a spiked butt plug. And it was so unbearable. But Skyrim's not like that. Like, this is the way that Todd Howard markets stuff, is he shits on, like, the previous game.
right now, and a lot of these repeat because they're radiant. The game is insanely big.
That's the team meeting. The team meeting, Todd's like, so Fallout 3 had like 31 quests, and a lot of our we have like 300 or like 10 million in our new game, and a lot of them are repeating. And it's like, yeah, we all knew this. We all work for you, Todd. What kind of fucking staff meeting is that? Like, a staff meeting is like, all right, guys, in order to hit our next deadline, we need to make sure that we're really focusing ourselves on getting these bugs fixed or getting these features implemented. Like, that's how a staff meeting works. It's not, you know, marketing jargon. No. 59 is base game Fallout. It was like 95 with the DLC.
Every Elder Scrolls game has its main quest, and the main quest in Skyrim is unraveling the mystery of the Dragonborn, and so that is definitely your heroic path.
I think I found someone who can help you with your dragon project.
For us, when we make a good story, we know we've done it when the player is the agent.
Yes, I could...
What? We know we have told a good story when the player is the protagonist. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to back up like 25 minutes to really get the context necessary to unpack what was just said.
With your dragon project.
For us, when we make a good story, we know we've done it when the player is the agent.
Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet.
If we pose an interesting problem, and then we let the player solve it in whatever way he deems fit, that's going to make the cool, interesting story.
Okay, so what Bruce Nesmith is struggling to convey is the concept of emergent storytelling, where you give an objective and then you give the player a lot of tools to complete that objective. However, unfortunately, he's talking about this in relation to Skyrim, where there's usually, at most, 3 ways to complete a quest, if you're lucky. Unless the ways you complete the quest are the ways that you fight enemies, then I guess there's more. But typically when someone is talking about that, they're thinking like, well, what if instead of doing X, I do Y? Like, I go to this person and I tell them. Like, I had the thought, like, why doesn't the player, instead of going to the College of Winterhold after getting betrayed by Mercer Frey, why don't they just go back to the guild? But there's not a single person at the Thieves Guild who will acknowledge you. You can't even try to tell, like, Delvin, like, hey, you see this stab wound? Mercer Frey did that. Have you seen him? I mean, people love Todd, but I think Bruce is just as much of a embellisher as Todd.
If you decide not to do the main quest, there are different quest lines.
My favorite quest line is the Dark Brotherhood quest line. The Dark Brotherhood is the Assassin's Guild. They do.
Yeah, of course it's your favorite quest line. You fucking made it. Thanks, Emil. I mean, I think Prey 2017 is a decent example. Sure, it's a lot of different ways to approach completing the same objective, but that's a lot more than Skyrim has. Sort of like there's that gun that shoots the things that you can climb up walls, and it's like, okay, you can do that, and you can access this area, and you go through a vent, and then like, or you could shapeshift into like a coffee cup and roll through the window, like, that is way more than what Skyrim has. Skyrim has a bunch of tools when every solution is... Like, That's probably the best metaphor for Skyrim, is like it's a giant tool cabinet, but every problem is just a nail that needs to be hammered into the wall. So it's like you have all of these spells that you could use and all these shouts and stuff, but every quest is just hammer the nail into the wall. So there's no need for a rotary saw.
Do the secret ritual ceremony to summon the Dark Brotherhood. And when you join the Dark Brotherhood, you're one of the guys who shows up and goes, who do you need killed? What do you need? I just think that's just really awesome.
We have this open-ended simulation. The game sort of offer this word sort of redemption, where, okay, I'm going to play as a bad guy and do all this bad stuff. I'm going to join the Dark Brotherhood and, you know, maybe join the Thieves Guild and do scummy stuff. You know what? Then I'm going to do the main quest, which is more honorable. And then because you're put in these situations where you're sort of the good guy, you start to feel like that.
So basically, morality is imposed by the story, not by the player character. And I got it? The Dragonborn is always told heroically. Like, I kind of covered that with my Oblivion thing, is that you can interpret the Oblivion main quest character as being a variety of moralities. You can be ends justify the means, or you can be the archetypal hero. And that's very much true in Morrowind. But in Skyrim, it's mostly just the archetypal hero. Like, there's not really a way to say that your character is morally bad if you do the main quest. Go ahead, I have no problem playing it again for you.
As a bad guy and do all this bad stuff. I'm going to join the Dark Brotherhood and, you know, maybe join the Thieves Guild.
That's kind of like, that's on the level of, you know, killing the little Nord girl. Like, the way he always explains his philosophies like a child. Like, I try to say that as nicely as possible. Because, you know, there's a lot of artists who kind of want to go back to their childhood and see how that would impact their art. And I think Emil is already there. So he's like, I want to be a bad guy, so I'm doing the Dark Brotherhood. Let me play it again here.
It goes, who do you need killed? What do you need? I just think that's just really awesome.
We have this open-ended simulation. The game sort of offer this word sort of redemption, where, okay, I'm going to play as a bad guy and do all this bad stuff. I'm going
to play as the bad guy and do all this bad stuff. That's the quote I want. What if you wanted to play, like a Thieves Guild character who was like... What if you wanted to do the Robin Hood thing in Skyrim? Well, Skyrim doesn't really give you that option, right? So you like Morrowind, you could be the Valorant thief, but not in Oblivion. You're forced to do that, so you can't be the asshole thief. And then in Skyrim, it's the reverse. You're forced to be the asshole thief, and you can't be the guy who does it for good reasons. I know the little Norgirl thing. He has a hushed tone when he says it in the podcast, which makes me think that like he's like taboo, like because he's Catholics and Catholics act like this. If they say something taboo, they kind of say it quietly because it's like God won't hear them.
join the Dark Brotherhood and, you know, maybe join the Thieves Guild and do scummy stuff. You know what?
No. You should never allow your creativity to be stunted because people less talented than you are making way more money than you to do writing. So everybody's got a chance. You just got to know the right people or be at the right place. It's always worth a shot.
Then I'm going to do the main quest, which is more honorable. And then because you're put in these situations where you're sort of the good guy, you start to feel like that. The big transition in our studio from Oblivion to Skyrim is we never actually had dedicated level designers in Oblivion. We had them on Fallout, now we have them in Skyrim. And what that means is that when you go into a cave, it's not just art and stuff.
Get me down! It's coming loose. I can feel it.
And before we did it in a very compartmentalized way, and you would see lots of the same rooms.
Nate Perkypile. Excuse me? What's that name? Nate Perkypile. Is he the guy? Oh yeah, he's the guy. So this is the guy that had the Twitter post about the Skyrim introduction. What I want to see is, did he work on Oblivion? Because why are you getting a guy who didn't work on Oblivion to comment on yeah, I don't, unless he went by Nathan. No. Yeah, so he didn't work on Oblivion, but he's commenting on how it was done in Oblivion, which is kind of weird.
It's coming loose. It's not Oblivion to Skyrim is we never actually had dedicated level designers in Oblivion.
That's an interesting quote to make, because I have the LinkedIn resumes of people who claim to have been dedicated level designers at Oblivion, on Oblivion, and like they elaborated like, I'm the guy who did all the Oblivion gates. So that's an interesting thing to take. We found that with Todd 2. Was it Todd? Let's see. I'm gonna try to pull it up. Damn. There was some article where I kind of attribute the Oblivion had one level designer theory as coming from, which is misinformation, by the way. And it was on Skyrim marketing. It's almost like they kind of agreed, let's pitch this idea, let's revise history a little bit, that Oblivion didn't have level designers because its dungeons sucked. And then that'll make Skyrim's levels better by default because they did have designers. Well, Oblivion's level design problems is that there didn't seem to be a meeting where they sat down and said, here's how you make a good dungeon. So they kind of just cut them loose. And so like one thing Skyrim's dungeons gets praised for that I don't necessarily agree with is that like all of them basically form a giant donut. And so you do this very linear dungeon, and then you get to the end and there's like a little drop off that you fall down, and then you're right back at the door, and people praise them for that. Obviously there had to have been a meeting where they said, this is what we're going to do for our dungeons in Skyrim. What do I have selected? All right. Yeah, Skyrim's dungeons are so simplistic that yeah, I can imagine them being part of a kind of a game design course, because that's kind of the place you start, is a linear hallway. Yeah, they are designed like modern WoW dungeons.
We had them on Fallout, now we have them in Skyrim. And what that means is that when you go into a cave, it's not just art and stuff.
Get me down! It's coming loose. I can feel it.
And before, we did it in a very compartmentalized way, and you would see lots of the same rooms.
Maybe what he's talking about is that he worked on Fallout 3. I didn't consider that.
We took it a step further this time and made a whole bunch of free pieces so that every single dungeon is a completely different experience.
You fool! Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
In total, we have around 310 or 15...
Oh, actually, I need to mark that down. That's probably the cleanest audio sample of that guy's voice that is going to be out there. Yeah, I don't think there's... Oblivion dungeons aren't too big of an issue if you use lighting right, I think. And that's kind of a experiment I want to do sometime. Can I take... I want to figure out what is widely considered to be the worst dungeon in Oblivion and try to fix it in as few changes as possible. To see if, like, is there some basic thing that they could have done to make those dungeons better? Like, for instance, one thing I might consider working better is you show the way by lighting it up. And not necessarily, like, follow the torches, but it's just, like, every way that's the correct way to go should be lit in some way to indicate it's the right direction. Or maybe, like, you know, you just... some way to kind of guide the player through the dungeons. Because that's something Skyrim does, is they'll have, like a creek that indicates which way is the right way and which way is going to be the dead end. Or tries to do, sometimes.
Spaces. That includes dungeons, large dungeons, small dungeons, exterior play spaces.
Our sort of ideal now is that we want every dungeon in a game like ours to be as good as a fully scripted level, something in like a highly authored game.
Every dungeon's going to tell some sort of story, whether visually or through notes or books or the loot.
You might actually get like literally a quest. It starts up, it's put in your journal. In some cases, it's more of a free form. You know, you follow clues or you just learn the story of the dungeon by playing through it.
The implied stories to me are the ones that are some of the most interesting because there's not a word of dialogue spoken. There's just the environment speaking to you. So you go...
Yeah, that's my issue is every time I do a Skyrim dungeon, I almost always see what the loop is. I see where the hidden wall is. I see where the drop-off is. It always stands out to me. Very rarely have I seen it and that I didn't notice it the first time that I went by it. I think the craziest one is there's this cave. It's in Whiterun Hold at the western edge by where kind of there's that cliff that leads to the river and then you cross the river and you're in Hallmarch. You go in the cave and it's 3 rooms. And for some reason, despite it being tiny, it's smaller than like Dragon's Reach. It still has the loop. They were so like they were so dedicated to this loop concept for dungeons. They were scared players would get bored by backtracking through 2 rooms. I want to say it's named like Voltheim or something. See, it's pulling up, God damn it, it's pulling up Valheim. How about this? Skyrim map UESP, because I know where it is on the map. Orotheim. There's no map of Orotheim. Damn it. God damn it, UESP. There might not be a map because of how simple it is, but like legitimately, it's legitimately just 3 rooms. Here we go. Somebody did it. Oh, but it's tiny. This is the dungeon I'm talking about. You walk in. So you start at 1, you take a left. There's a bandit in that first room. You go up a wood ramp. There's a bandit in there. You go up another wood ramp. There's a bandit in there. Then you go into this little side room where 2 is. And that's where the big treasure chest is. And then there's a fucking fake rock wall that leads to a drop-off back into that first chamber. And again, I want to emphasize, this dungeon is smaller than most of the palaces. They were terrified that players would get bored of backtracking through this dungeon. I think there's a dog in here. So like Orithime is the big example I can point to of like them being scared to trust the player. Alrighty. Yeah, it is kind of the studio apartment of Dungeons.
When you see a body laying on its back with an empty bottle clasped in its claw and bottles in its mouth. He's just laying there.
Alright, that's it.
What the hell are you wearing?
At a loss for words, I see, at the sight of a mighty Nordic warrior like myself who fights on behalf of the Empire. Prepare to finally meet your mega corporate commander.
Jesus Christ, Joe, you've been playing way too much Skyrim, haven't you?
You will not survive today! I shall kill you and your family!
I'm counting my money. Leave. Security! Security!
I'm sorry, everybody. Hang on, let's do the math here. Alright, so this is a 19-minute review, and 2 of those minutes have been taken up by his introduction, so that's roughly like 10%, right? My introduction is 15 minutes, and it's in a 12-hour video, so 12 times 60. So 15 divided by 720 is about 2% of the video. So bear in mind, my introduction that is too long is 2% of the video. What you just witnessed was 10% of the video. Am I really the one that's doing it wrong? All right.
Really want to have this memorable moment. We want to have the players who played the dungeon or the level to come back being like, that was an awesome experience. When I came into that last room and I saw the sky shining down from above and this cool little set piece with the streams going through and then the boss comes out, that was really cool. So that was the one thing I always ask the LDs after they're finished past 1 or past 2 of a dungeon. Like, so, you know, what's your memory?
See, I think everybody thinks that they know what the magic bullet to a good skit is. I think the magic bullet is to kind of put them later in the video.
Memorable moment.
Okay, well, you can make the argument that he's just trying to entertain people.
At the sight of a mighty Nordic warrior like...
Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. It's 2.5 minutes, not 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, thank you.
Every time you play, you're gonna find something neat or something different's gonna happen.
Games are such a unique storytelling device is that you have this really opportunity to tell a story through action, through gameplay.
I'm going to use that quote. No. If Nostalgia Critic shows up on stream, that doesn't count as violating your no Nostalgia Critic November pledge. Okay? I won't lead you guys astray. I promise I will not lead you guys astray. That's a great quote, because the thing is, Emil is right. He just doesn't actually act on what he says. So it's like, I could just play that quote every time his design contradicts that sentiment. So it's like, okay, you're telling a story through gameplay, through actions, which basically means you're telling a story through the decisions that the player makes. The player gets to decide how to steer the ship, and the story comes from that. So then every time you force the player into a set outcome, you are depriving them of action, depriving them of choice, depriving them of the decision for the direction that they want to steer the ship in order to tell the story that you want to tell. That's not in line with what you just said. Oh shit, no. We're not playing Angry Joe again yet. Hey, that version didn't have the busted frost rune. That must have been... There was one that they released, that like Bethesda themselves released, that was in HD. That has eluded me. Actually, I haven't seriously searched for it, because I have like 1,000 things that I plan on doing. 50% of your videos is just going to be self-incriminating dev quotes, isn't it? Well, alright, let me ask you this. For those of you who've seen the Oblivion video, which quest line do you think was the strongest section? To me, I like the Dark Brotherhood one because there's so much Emil in it that you really get an idea of what his philosophy is. And I think that understanding the basis of why the designers do the things they do is really important to understanding the artwork. So, in my opinion, I think the strongest questline section was the Dark Brotherhood, at least from an analysis standpoint. Even if it kind of suffered from... There wasn't enough other stuff in there, like there's murder and stuff, which was kind of lame. Like, the Mages Guild, I think, was probably best for the side discussion of magic. The Mages Guild was alright. The problem was, I didn't know enough about the behind the scenes of the Mages Guild. That was my big issue with that quest line. I just had a name, and the source of the name was the UESP. And normally I would trust the UESP, but they didn't actually have a source. So, like, there wasn't even any guarantee that he was the person. It's like, obviously he wasn't proud of what happened, so he didn't really talk about it. Whereas Emil was proud of the Dark Brotherhood, so there's a lot of stuff of him talking about it.
Character animation is something we really wanted to improve upon from our previous games.
There are thousands of animations for the players and NPCs alone, not to...
I'm talking about the sections in the Oblivion video, not necessarily the game itself. Let's see. I have a tough time answering what I think is the strongest quest line in Oblivion. I honestly like the main quest just a little bit more than any of the side quest lines. Which I know is an unpopular opinion because there's a lot of people out there who hate Oblivion's main quest. And part of it is I figured out that weird interpretation that you're probably going to see a lot more of now that I made a 1 million view video with that interpretation. But part of it was I kind of realized that there was a lot of potential, whereas I don't think that as much potential existed in the other quest lines. I think the main thing I failed to convey with the Dark Brotherhood is that conceptually, the way it's designed is fine. A bunch of disparate ideas that aren't connected into a singular storyline, because there's things you can do with that. I just think that the latter half that people tend to glaze over of just the go to X and kill Y is really lame, and it kind of stands out as just these are the quests that didn't get finished.
Mention all the animations for all the creatures.
The challenge to making a character in the game, an NPC, feel like they're real, like they're really there, is a tough nut. And part of that is because you and I see people every day. We are intimately versed in what a real person is. This is not a mystery to us. I have no idea what an undead guy is like. So what I need to do...
I just go to a cemetery and look at the corpses.
...to make him feel convincing pales in comparison to what I need to make a person feel convincing.
I've got a good feeling about you, and I don't often get good feelings about anything. A warrior knows to trust her gut.
Despite advances in our technology, despite a growth in our animation team, our own internal demands to raise the bar has made that time to get even a simple character longer than it has in past projects.
The biggest challenge, I would say, is to create a pretty wide-ranging assortment of characters and yet keep them within a normal realm, using as few assets as possible and dealing with any kind of technical issues. It was definitely quite a challenge.
Yeah, okay. I didn't get anything from that character design part because I don't think they knew. I don't think the documentary people knew what questions to. G-Man Games made a Skyrim review. Gotta put that on the list. I don't think they knew what questions to ask the character designers to get them to give interesting answers. So it's just like, yeah, we designed people. That's what character designers do.
You know how hard it is to be so excited for a game, to have it hyped up to no end, and for it to actually live up to all of the hype and then some, even surpass it? Well, that is what just happened here with Skyrim.
There you go. There's your Angry Joe dose. I have another good Morrowind archetype to play, which is the Redguard Longblade Conjuration, where you bind your own longsword. That's a really fun play style that I kind of want to advertise. The thing is, I don't think Creation Engine, at least at this time, supported directly kind of... Their pipeline didn't support taking motion capture and putting it directly into the game. So what they did seems to be they motion captured animations and then they converted it into something that Creation Engine could use.
The fun times we have are usually the mocap sessions. So you're gonna be the stabby. I typically put Dennis through some pretty painful posing and whatnot, so the next day he'll have like a tough time like moving around. Mocap ready and action. One of the things that we do a lot is kind of leave like messages and pranks on each other. Rick killed me yesterday, you know, that mocap session was too much. And action.
And even though motion capture might be a foundation, there's a lot of hand editing of that motion capture data to make it work within a gameplay context. An attack might be sped up, it might be radically altered to make it work for our needs.
I think the best NPCs
Don't you want to show how the fucking motion capture work turned out into the game? Why would you show a kill animation being recorded and then not show how the kill animation turned out in the game? What the fuck?
can tell a lot about them from the voiceover.
I've been thinking, maybe Camilla needs a little help seeing Sven for what he is.
That little bit of writing and how they say hello is, I think, like one of the hardest things to do.
Only thing better than writing.
I'll say, fucking every character is super awkward when they greet you. God damn it. Greetings are hard.
The swift horse.
Well, I'm just thinking about it. You know, when you make videos, you have to approach it from a narrative perspective. You have to tell a story, right? I was talking with Private Sessions about this, actually. And when you make a video, and this applies to documentaries and old media as well, you have to tell a story. If there's no story, then there's no point. And it becomes difficult for people to really understand what you're doing. So it's like, okay, the Making of Oblivion documentary, I have to say, does this right? They show Terrence Stamp recording. They show him talking to Todd. There's kind of a narrative. There's a narrative being told. Todd's excited. We got this super popular actor to be in our game. I flew out to UK. Got to meet Terrence Stamp. Here's him recording some lines. Here's how that turned out in the game. They have a little section where Mankar Cameron's just talking.
Your reward, brothers and sisters. The time of cleansing draws nigh.
And then how this story ends is Terrence Stamp meeting ends. Here's him traveling. Here's him back at Bethesda Game Studios after traveling. Here's him kind of sharing with the boys who got to stay home, hey, I got to meet Terrence Stamp. So there's a narrative to this 5-minute section about how the voice acting was done, that this fucking Skyrim documentary is just completely lacking. There's no narrative to the individual sections. There's no overarching narrative. Because the other thing is, the Making of Oblivion documentary has an overarching narrative, because it's like, it was like the month before the E3 demo. So they're telling this and it ends with the E3 demo. So they're telling this overarching story of like all the work that Bethesda's putting into coming up with this demo. And then this documentary comes along and it's just a bunch of disparate ideas that aren't connected and are told kind of nonsensically. It's like, hey, we did motion capture. Moving on.
Riding a swift horse over the enemy.
You know, in Oblivion, we had like 12 actors. And that was one of the complaints, is you walk in Oblivion and you hear a lot of the same voices. So for Skyrim, we want to definitely improve on that dramatically. And we're talking dramatically, like night and day.
Everyone thinks I'm too young to be a ship's captain, but I'm going to prove them wrong.
And in this game, we have 70 plus actors doing over 110 roles. A lot more than we've ever had.
You know, it was for about 4 to 5 weeks, 3 voice studios working simultaneously.
Let's see if we can get people trying a quote-unquote Nordic accent. You've come all the way to Skyrim. You're at the tip of the continent here. The guys are big and burly and have beards. The women are big and burly and have beards. And everyone's handy with an axe.
That's a good joke.
It's a fine line of what sounds good and what sounds like ridiculous.
And so we spent a lot of time casting. We have some great actors.
9 again, or take 9. It's a good thing.
Some of the more specific names we have on here: Max von Sydow, Joan Allen, Linda Carter,
Christopher Plummer, who I've wanted to put in a game forever.
You know the ancient Nord word for war? Season unending.
And so it has proved.
They were perfect for the part to begin with, and I think everybody had a really good
What's
time.
that season unending line? Hang on. That's the peace conference quest? I don't recall that line.
You can make them. Thank you, sir.
There's 70 different people. It's just a lot of those actors play a single role.
And now 22, we're moving on to a different
They bring a resonance to their roles when they talk that you can write like the cheesiest line. And wow, that sounds great. Coming out of his mouth.
Begone! Before even my philosophy is tested beyond the breaking point. We are men of peace, and you are not.
So any questions on the pronunciation? Let's try it. 5, 6.
I had this idea that the music for Skyrim would be the Elder Scrolls theme, but sung by a barbarian choir. So I called Jeremy Soule, who does our music. I mean, this is in 2006. Jeremy, I hear the Elder Scrolls theme as sung by a barbarian choir. Okay, how are we gonna do that? I don't know. You know, what are they singing? They're singing this song in the dragon language to the theme of Elder Scrolls.
Or do you want a solid break right here? Let's go ahead and carry it.
His work on the main theme of the game set the tone for the rest of it. And eventually we went out to Los Angeles to Sony's scoring stage, and then had just a fantastic choir and choir director.
Settle.
And the choir was only made up of about 30 people. And the choir director would kind of whip them up into more of a frenzy, emphasizing this Nordic feel the whole time. So they're dun 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 dun. You know, you really pound on every downbeat.
I like somebody. Okay, that's a complete stereotype of like the sound designer and the music person. The sound designer's like, yeah, the song just goes da 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 da, and then the musician has to like somehow wrap their brain around what the fuck that was supposed to indicate. And usually they just give you a really tired look and like fucking drink another coffee. Like there's so much talent in this room, and then the sound designer just comes on and like I think doesn't do an adequate job of relaying just how phenomenal this work is.
And what they would do is just do 3 passes on each verse of the song. Now you've got the sound of 90 people singing this thing in this massive hall. You take a break from it and you come back, you still get the hairs raising on your neck every time they come to the big chorus. We don't script the music too heavily to where we're trying to match every moment that the player is doing or anything like that. And it has a weird way of justifying itself to you. You feel like...
Ah, thank you for the Norwegian dollars. Yeah, it's 7:30. This has been going on a long time. But we're almost done. We got about 4 more minutes. I doubt they'll say anything.
this big sweeping score as I'm rounding this bend and seeing this mountainous valley
Hang on,
view.
hang on. Roll that back. Where is this?
Big sweeping score as I'm round.
I mean, I know it's Solitude, but... Okay, so I get it. This is Solitude looking south from the Blue Palace. I was like, is this just... There's just no wall there? Like, is this a early version? But no, the wall is just obscured by the Bard's College.
Rounding this bend and seeing this mountainous valley view is playing for you. nothing satisfying about
All the old streams are in the playlist tab on my channel.
pulling out a sword with no sound. I kind of debated for a while on whether to try to make them realistic. I tried it. I want people to know that I did try it. Swords don't make that sound. So I very quickly drifted back to the more Hollywood style. Because people want to hear it. I actually really enjoy make things that just feel very visceral and great impacts of the sword
They have money in Russia?
and shield and that sort of thing. So I really have a hard time with magic, actually. Like a calm spell, say. What do? Play the sound of someone going, shh, calm. And so I have a hard time with those. I just try version after version, and chances are the one you hear in the game is the last one I did before we ran out of time. Hey.
That seems like a question I can answer pretty quickly. So it looks to be about 1,000 hours in Skyrim. Nothing terribly impressive.
Our games are pretty long. They're like 3 to 4 year development cycles. It does feel like we've been working on it for 20 years, to be honest.
Listen, there's a lot of talented musicians that could score Elder Scrolls 6, but I do agree that Gunship is definitely the way to go.
It takes a long time to make the game.
Today I'm hoping to get to some creature balance or start on some wizard stuff. We have the wonderful luxury of being able to take people who've worked with everything we've worked with, who know the kinds of things we want to do, and just start immediately.
You're working with guys who know you and know your strengths and your weaknesses, and you bicker with them and you share laughs with them. And at the end of the day, as long as you make a great game, that's all that matters.
You know,
But what if you didn't make a great game?
I don't know if everybody knows, but the artists, the world artists, did finish, end of June, nav meshing the entire world.
Every time I sit down with a meeting with them, every now and then I have to remind myself, I'm like, hey, I'm talking to Todd Howard. He's a pretty cool guy.
Todd is very clear on what he wants. He'll walk into a room where we've been working on something and say, nope, should have been like this, or do it like this, or that's just right, instantly.
If you enter his office, no matter what the problem is or whatever, as soon as you leave, he'll make you feel like $1 million.
He doesn't come out every week and beat you over the head with a 2x4. He's like, you're not working hard enough. He just does that every other week.
All of those things that we liked growing up and the melding of technology and art. Video games, I think, are the ultimate melding of those art forms. Because if you look at a film...
No, this is definitely when the cult of Todd Howard had kind of formed.
They can spend hours rendering one frame, and who cares? Okay, do that 30 times a second. That's a much trickier problem. And make it fun when I push the buttons.
Make it fun when I push the buttons. Okay.
I find that really interesting problem to solve every day.
The beauty of making an open world game is you can choose your entertainment to be what you want it to be. And therefore you will be entertained and I'll be happy.
I want to give them a game.
Wait, hang on. Is there insight to be gleaned from them for there being a Tau player at Bethesda?
Gonna hold on to for years and say, I'm gonna keep playing this because it's that good and it keeps me in the world.
There are no accidents in a game like this. The player is free to interpret everything on their own. It's almost existential.
There are no accidents in a game like this. Really? That's a powerful statement to make. Because... I I don't know. I feel like I could play just a clip of Skyrim and then you would say, there are no accidents. We meant it like that.
Should I kill that guy because he has some good armor and some treasure I want? How would I feel about killing that guy? You know, that's kind of the holy grail.
Oh yeah, that was Kurt Coleman. Why did I just remember that who that was?
Forget that it's a video game, but this is an entertainment experience of virtually unlimited possibility, where it's there for you to take it where you want to go. And as you do those things, it will surprise you and reward you for what you're doing.
Like, why input the trailer, basically? This is honestly probably just to get on, like, somebody's reel. Alrighty.
I'm slobbering over myself how awesome this game is. I put more than 60 hours of gameplay into this thing. I have been playing it non-stop since its release, and I'm here to tell you that we are in the midst of a championship franchise dynasty that keeps on giving. All you need to do when you buy this game is get two other things. This and this. Just take that bad boy and strap it right onto your ass because you are gonna want to move for weeks. As you can tell, I love this game. Do you buy now, yes? Do you buy now, yes? And if you've been following my Twitter feed, then you should have already bought the game. This review...
Mind you, Skyrim came out on 11/11. This review came out on 11/23. So he pulled a me and played 60 hours in a very hellacious amount of time, which is what I did with Cyberpunk. And that was a mistake. At least when I did it.
is just for the record, for the archives. So let's get to it.
All right, let's keep it on the down low that we're doing Angry Joe right now, because this is one of those people that I feel like, you know, I'm not a big YouTuber, but I feel like I could catch some shit from covering Angry Joe simply because he's got a bit of a pride issue. At least from what I've seen. I don't know, that's the thing. I haven't watched Angry Joe in years. So, there are no accidents.
Now you start the game as a prisoner.
You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us?
Again, anyone else think that Bethesda has some kind of prisoner fetish?
Gotta get the punctuation in there. Punctuation is what sells it. Well, that's sort of the thing. If Angry Joe is in the title, then that just draws attention to it. To what we're doing. We gotta be more clandestine. Thank you for that. This seems like a long bit.
200 years after the events of Oblivion, the northern land known as Skyrim is in turmoil. A civil war rages throughout the holds between the Empire loyalists and the Stormcloak Nord rebels who wish to see Skyrim become independent from the Empire. Throw in an uneasy truce alliance with the Thalmor elves that nearly destroyed the Empire, and then put in a prophecy that is being fulfilled that states the dragons will return.
These are all things that happen, this is true.
Led by an evil one who will bring about the end of the world. This is the storyline you're playing in.
You're not stopping us this time.
I can see my house from here! If you love rich worlds with detailed history, there is no better franchise than the Elder Scrolls, with hundreds of books to further immerse yourself in the mythos. With all of this is
Why is he angry, Joe? He's more like excited, Joe.
literally a game that will consume you. And this year, they added significant improvements to what I already considered one of my favorite RPG franchises of all time. The leveling system from Oblivion has been fixed. No longer are you gonna see bandits wearing ebony armor. You're no longer gonna get weaker by leveling up if you don't do it correctly. You are able to create the type of character that you want more easily than ever before. As you level up, you simply put points into either magicka, health, or stamina. And as always, the more you do certain activities or professions, the better you get at them. Trainers can help speed that process for a bit of coin. You could further specialize your character by adding perk points to each one of the specific skill trees.
The problem is he's so excited I can't speed him up without kind of distorting him.
Some even reward your hard work and allow you to create exclusive items, such as dragon armor, which is badass and can only be obtained by reaching a smithing level of 100 and finding a bunch of dragon bones and scales to create it.
Yeah, but it's kind of dog shit because Daedric armor is better and easier to create.
And it is amazing how fleshed out and how many things there are for you to do. Things like lock picking, pickpocketing, creating new sinister potions and poisons with alchemy, smithing your own weapons and armor at forges, and then enchanting those weapons and armor with magical items and recharging them with soul gems so that they stay with their magical properties. The game is so deep with so many different things and options for you to do, it's insane. And now...
Literally the only kind of opinion he's shared, besides Skyrim's awesome, is that he thinks that Skyrim has an improved leveling system over Oblivion.
Now that dragons have finally been added to the Elder Scrolls, my wish has been answered. Dragon sightings can be dynamic. One moment you're talking with an NPC, and the next moment you hear... Thus begins an epic battle where you choose how to take down the dragon.
I was just outside Iverstead when it happened. It's an exciting moment. Nothing like this has happened in centuries.
Yeah, most people don't think that's a good thing.
Will you bring it down with your skill at archery? Or will you bide your time and force it to land, landing powerful blows to the beast's head while taking the full force of its attacks? And when you finally beaten him, you are rewarded as the dragon slowly burns away and you consume a dragon soul, which allows you to unlock more dragonborn words of power.
Sorry, you're gonna have to speed it up.
A certain fourth option in battle, alongside your inherent powers, your magical abilities, and your physical combat attacks. Guys, there are so many activities and things to partake in. Villages, towns, cities, ruins, and
Activities like areas.
handcrafted dungeons, each with its own story to tell. An interesting one at that. Read a book that you found in a nearby camp speaking about the ancient Red Eagle hero and his exploits of old. Then visit his tomb that is marked on your map and actually fight this guy and claim his badass blade as your own. Moments like these that you create yourself is what sets this game apart from all of the others. They feel organic. You aren't forced into it like other games with scripted events that hold your hand through tight corridors.
Mike does not understand what is so impressive about shouting. Mike can shout whenever he wants. Mike is tired now. Go bother somebody else.
But the biggest reason why this game succeeds is simple. One of the most significant improvements to the game, enough to even convince people who hated Oblivion for its shortcomings, is the improvements to combat. It's no longer stiff and static. They add elements to make it feel more dynamic, including gruesome and fun kill animations.
Well, what do we think?
Dragon Age? What's Dragon Age?
I am not a joke. No, you're a lazy brat with a chip on your shoulder.
And now you can put weapons or magic into either...
What are we thinking? Skyrim combat improved over Oblivion.
And dual wield 2 swords, one magical. Or ditch one of the swords and put a magical healing ability in one of your hands. Or just do what I did, apply double shock lightning.
Congratulations, you killed a skeleton. Oh, there's Spoonie. Was this done at the E3 where they yelled a bunch?
Apply your favorites and quickly switch between them easily, giving you your most powerful spells and weapons at the touch of just 2 buttons. I can literally go on for hours, forever about what this game does right, but it boils down to everything in the game is interesting. From the main quest to the side quest to the guild quest to even the dynamic quests. You can all approach them the way you want, as intended by the developers, and even completely unintended. Those that you end up creating these crazy storylines yourself that you then share with your friends.
You are exactly what I was looking for.
A fucking talking dog! A talking dog ran up to me while I was chasing butterflies.
Yes, and all of that is because this game allows it. There's no invisible walls, and some of these limitations that we've all grown to embrace in RPGs. It's liberating as hell. This is the quintessential RPG, in my opinion. A masterpiece. One that I will be measuring all other RPGs to. It's hard for me to find faults in this game. That take away from the experience enough to mention it. But there are a few, if only minor gripes. Like how you don't really see your character in the inventory screens. So you can
I'm not at E3 and I won't yell that.
preview armor sets and weapons and how they would look. Or how, on occasion, the AI for the NPC followers is really, really bad. They can be frustratingly dumb, setting off traps even though they saw you avoid them and how to avoid them. Or simply won't get the fuck out of the way in small hallways. Get out of the way! Thankfully, there are ways for dealing with such idiocy.
See what happens when you get away? Serves you right.
Character models, a big complaint from previous games, have seen improvements, especially on the Khajiit and Argonians, which have seen the most improvement and look more animal and reptile-like than ever before. NPCs continue to work and do their daily activities as you can have conversations with them, which can sometimes lead to some really awkward situations.
Uncivilized pelt-wearing extractors. It's wonder they don't still live in a cave like those ancestors they keep boasting about.
But they help make the game feel more organic when they're working right. However, by now, in a game so immersive like this, I'm a bit disappointed in the character creator that the technology here has not caught up with the rest of the game. Yes, it's somewhat extensive, but it's difficult to create the character that you'd like. We should be able to upload pictures of our own faces by now to create an in-game character model like some of these other games from EA. Despite this, you are still able to create acceptable avatars.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea.
But this is one of the few things
Like, why would you want to play as yourself?
that's not greatly improved from the previous games, and should have been. Hopefully, it will be focused on the next game. The soundtrack in this franchise has always been amazing, and it continues to be here. Especially those Nordic chants and touches in the Oblivion's theme song. Same with the excellent voice acting, although they do use and repeat some of the voices a bit too much. And Bethesda has had an unfortunate but earned reputation of releasing buggy games. But so far, at least in my experience, this launch has been pretty stable. I haven't run into any game-breaking bugs, and only experienced one freeze after about 40 hours. And at one point, for some reason, a dragon failed to burn away and give me the dragon soul.
Hello?
And while they did their best to make the terrain over this massive world player-proof, I did manage to get stuck once or twice.
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh boy.
Yeah, but what the fuck were you trying to accomplish here?
Managed to get stuck once or twice. And while they did their best to make the terrain over this massive world player-proof, I did manage to get stuck once or twice.
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh boy.
But that's kind of how I play, jumping around like a madman trying to get to areas that I shouldn't be able to get to. Creating shortcuts. But that's what I love about this game so much, that it even allows you to do that. And it actually works sometimes. Alright, woo, sweet, shortcut to the labyrinth. If not, you can always load a previous save, which it does a great job of retaining a history of 4 different autosaves for you to choose from. In a massive game like this, open world with so many different systems working in the background, and unique mechanics, like transforming into a werewolf, a few bugs and glitches can be good. And honestly, in what
He's definitely playing on the Xbox.
other game can you turn into a werewolf, slaughter hundreds of people, become a vampire, fight dragons, absorb their souls, and shout words of power, all before going to your home, storing all the sweet loot that you picked up, doing some interior decorating around your house before sitting down and reading a good book, huh? Exactly. It's like this game was built for me.
I gotta name my butterfly. I don't have a name for him yet. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I'm gonna break the jar. Oh. Oh. All right. Sweet. Looks good.
Taking cues from Fallout 3 and improving on everything that they've learned from the previous Elder Scrolls game, Skyrim is a masterpiece. Bethesda has created the penultimate Western RPG, a game that raises the bar for all other RPGs, and that's why the final verdict for the Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC.
He really doesn't say anything. He's just, why did it take him, like, I feel like he could have wrapped this up in 5 minutes. Play this game. Play this game. You have every reason to do so. I don't know, maybe it's my kind of approach to positivity where it's like, yeah, I don't do that. Because even the Red Dead video, I tried to do like I tried to explain why like the 7 out of 10 thing. You know, 7 is greater than 3. So that means that there's a lot more going for it than there isn't. But that didn't really come across for a lot of people. No wonder nobody like posted this video. Because I asked for people to send me Skyrim videos, and not a single person sent me this one. Yep. So I am going to pop the horse up here. Yeah, that was something. What do we think, chat? He kind of threw a wrench in things. See, make sure I get the right thing here. Take that down. Here we go. Share your thoughts, and I will be right back. Yeah, I know, I'm fading. I remember Razorfist doing a good Skyrim review. His stuff's short. Well, let's see. Let me think about it. We got the schedule here. We got to do Dime Tree tomorrow, Metatron, and White Light. I have to... I'm not going to stream it, but I have to catch up on what the Elder Scrolls problem is supposed to be, so that... Because I know somebody's going to ask, well, it's a series, man. You're not supposed to take it by itself, but... I don't know. I think you act like it's impossible for Angry Joe to provide insight so close to release. I did that with Cyberpunk. I'm finding that like a lot of the stuff I said was a lot more than just this is buggy, why is this like this? It was a lot more foundational and true. Even with the patches, there's issues with the game that go unaddressed. Dime Tree is probably going to be interesting because he made a video recently. It's the one that says bad game, called Why Skyrim Fails. And apparently he considers what he did with Elder Scrolls, that Elder Scrolls problem series, to be kind of cringe. Which I don't blame him, because when we watched the Oblivion one, it was not positively received by the chat. The completionist video on Skyrim that was released today is not worth watching. Not familiar with that person. Skyrim is best with mods. Is that what you're talking about? Who is this individual? They have 1.5 million subscribers. Intro, rewind, replay, review. What the fuck is this structure? Yeah, this looks like a nightmare. Hang on, we'll play a sentence or so.
And walk around in. Every game should have
Oh,
something.
oh shit, we're on Angry Joe mode. Hang on. Alright, so this section says review.
Skyrim, I got very frustrated for lots of reasons, but mostly because this game's total disinterest in being completable meant that even after struggling with technical issues to complete the game over the course of 500 goddamn hours, I basically got nothing for my troubles. And I know that's because
Oh no, I'm guessing that's doing all the achievements. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
this isn't that kind of game, but to play that one for that long, to only reach a point where I just kind of stopped, didn't feel great. And since I basically had to decide for myself what completion of this game even entailed, it felt even more arbitrary. There was no reward, no little star next to my profile, and no new cool gear or costumes. There wasn't even really the usual emotional psychological reward where I get the satisfaction of scrolling through a bunch of completed lists in order to bask in my achievement per se. But now, thanks to the mods, I actually got a decent dosage of that injected into my Skyrim experience. There's still
Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of lame. I'm gonna be completely honest. Okay, well, if he's... Okay, why is he confused on what 100%ing Skyrim is? Everybody in the Elder Scrolls community has known what 100%ing a game is. You do all the factions, you do all the side quests, you, well, I mean, that's basically it. You do all the achievements, which is going to be... For Skyrim, there's a lot more mechanical focused achievements in Skyrim than there are in Oblivion. And obviously Morrowind doesn't have achievements, but it's a really simple concept to quantify what 100%ing Skyrim is. So, yeah, damn whoever recommended that. Yeah, I don't see anything special about completely 100%ing games. There was a guy who did that with Oblivion.
Assassins and was welcomed into their midst.
I don't know, people were really trying to get me to watch this video back when it came out, but the point is, it just sounds like a shitty gimmick to me. I believe they said not to watch it. I know, that's how you tempt me to do something. That's the basics of reverse psychology. Am I going to discuss the modding community for Skyrim? No. And I think it's pretty understandable why. modders are kind of modders are a complicated bunch. Please don't watch any more Angry Joe videos. I wouldn't have to worry about that unless Angry Joe did a second Skyrim video. I doubt you'll ever have to worry about that. Is Never Know's best Skyrim video on the list? Yeah. You can see it. It's going to be next Wednesday. The complicated thing is there's too many Skyrim videos that deserve the Saturday slot and not enough Saturdays that wouldn't involve me streaming for the rest of my life. Yeah, I know. Me and we've talked private sessions. I have talked on our Discord before about how appropriate it is to review modded games. So like that's a discussion that has happened before. Am I gonna watch the whole series? Well, I already did the Oblivion one. I haven't done the Morrowind one, and I don't plan on rewatching the Morrowind or Oblivion one because I don't really give a shit what people's opinion on broader Elder Scrolls is. I'm just focused on what they have to say about Skyrim. See, that's a good question about whether the Salt stream will include the DLC. I kind of forgot that video existed. And, so when I made up the plan, I mean, the thing is, the Salt video is, what? 2 hours long? That adds another hour or so to the Salt stream, which, like, okay, so we've been going for about 5 hours, and we had, 80 minutes... well, 20 or 100 minutes plus the Angry Joe video, but that wasn't planned. So I'm not sure it's feasible. Well, the whole point of Saturday was I start earlier, so I can technically stream longer. Am I doing Razor Fist? That's a good question. Let me glance at that video and see if it's worth doing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's, no, I don't think I will. Or at least I don't think I will today. I need something easy. What time Saturday? It says 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 3 hours earlier than today. So, I'm gonna wrap things up here. Twitter, Discord, all that shit exists. I have a second channel, links somewhere. I post, occasionally I just post whatever. It's like, amusing clips and what have you. If it had more viewership, that might be the place where like something, an unsolicited opinion would go, but at this current moment, I'm like just too busy to just like sit down for an afternoon and do something like that. So, yeah, YouTube notifications are not great for catching future streams. That's why, That's why you have two options. There's, of course, the Twitter, and then there's the Discord. I can understand if you don't like either of those options. You're kind of just left out to the wind. YouTube's really bad at telling people... Okay, here's the problem. YouTube is not great for hybrid channels that do videos and streaming. So all the people who don't want to watch me stream and just want to watch videos are getting notifications of these streams, while everybody who just wants to watch me stream is like getting the notification 20, 30 minutes, an hour late, which really makes me angry. The Discord is like way faster at getting people getting the notification out. This is still going on. How long is the stream been going? I think 5 hours. I want to say getting close to that. We did a bunch of 5 hours streams last time. That's a length I'm comfortable with. It's just, I get to play less Skyrim on these days with longer streams, but that's not a terrible issue. I don't have too much to do before the 11th. So basically, I'm in a situation where I'm waiting for Anniversary Edition to come out to do the rest of the playthrough. I guess I could do VR if I had the power cable, but that hasn't shown up yet. Are these empty boxes surprises? Oh, well, there's stuff behind them. The thing is, and I said this near the start of the stream, if I show, like, who I'm going to be doing on the 24th of November, there's a higher % chance of someone being upset for much longer than is necessary. So I think a week's notice is sufficient. So, yeah, there's, in the project file I have for that image, there's stuff behind those black boxes. So, like, I'm going to pull it up and see what I put down for Thursday. Because I don't have an issue telling you what like, next Thursday is going to be, so... It's Angry Joe again, isn't it? Angry Joe was never part of the plan, is the thing. That was an impromptu video. And probably a bad idea, to be completely honest. Will? What about... Oh, shit, yeah, Will has Skyrim videos. But those are like, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. I hope not too many people have left thinking that, like, the stream is over. Because, yeah, we lost, like, 50 people and they don't know we're about to watch a Will video. I had to fit these in somewhere. So, this done with its shit. Okay. So, on the lucky winners of the 11/11 contest stream slot are... okay, what videos are those? Because those are just thumbnails. Varti Skyrim, the 2021 review. Like Stories of Old, Why You Keep Returning to Skyrim, and DJ Peach Cobbler, Skyrim, A Bittersweet Masterpiece. So it's kind of a shorter day, because the sum of those videos is not particularly lengthy. So let's see. Yeah, so to give you guys a bit of a context here for what happened, and I don't know if he's... I'm gonna put him down, but to give you guys a bit of context, I streamed Will Loves Video Games 5-hour Oblivion video when I was doing the Oblivion streams. It was about 15 hours spread over 3 days. I want to say that was probably me at my worst, simply by merit of I kind of got taken with the chat, and chat is way more savage than I really should be. It wasn't, I don't think it was too terrible, but it, like, I harped on things that I shouldn't have because there's understandable reasons for them. Again, it's a very minor thing, but after we did those streams, suddenly Will Loves Video Games that, like, unlisted his entire channel reappeared and, like started making videos again, which was kind of nice because apparently the big reason why he stopped making videos was people were giving him shit about the way he talked in the Oblivion retrospective, which, in fairness, I'll give you a sample of what that sounds like.
Worked very well with dungeon crawlers because it didn't require that the player be fully...
He has the YouTube voice where he's, like, very intentionally speaking, and so people kind of gave him shit for that, and he got, like, really self-conscious about it. But he started making actual videos again, which is cool. No, chat is fucking savage, though.
Skyrim is 10 this year, which is a little annoying. A few years ago, I made an Oblivion retrospective for its 10th birthday. I wanted to upload it 10 years to the day, on March 20th, 2016. I missed. I had 5 years to redeem myself with a Skyrim retrospective, a 5-hour mammoth scheduled for 11/11/21.
Wait, you planned to make it 5 hours long? Why would you do that? That's a terrible idea. You should never plan to make something to specific length because it just adds a lot of undue pressure. Like, I have no expectation of what the Skyrim length will be. It could be 2,000 hours. It could be like 4 hours. I don't give a shit. It happens when it happens. But aiming for a goal is just weird, especially over the course of, like, years. Don't forget to mute the music. It's just Red Dead music. It should be fine.
But I'll miss again. I'm gonna blame Bethesda, because I realized minutes into every attempt that a Skyrim retrospective is impossible without the Elder Scrolls 6.
Which is okay, so when this came out, this was something that I disagreed with vehemently. Will seems to operate from the perspective that you need the context of the next game to inform the design of the previous game. I think his idea is, if you see how they improved, then you get a good image of the original art. Which is not a way I would approve of analyzing art, simply because sometimes something is somebody's last piece and they don't, and sometimes you just don't get a next one. Usually because the person dies or the team changes completely. But the result of that was that a lot of his Oblivion video didn't have to do with Oblivion.
Find it in some very drastic but very sensible ways. The removal of classes is an idea that many fans scoffed at, myself included.
Now, I don't mean he talks about Skyrim a lot the way that I talk about Skyrim a lot, which is that I mention it occasionally, or I talk about it a bit. Anybody who was there can attest to the fact that we spent hours listening to him talk about Skyrim. I even had a thing where I made the video black and white every time he wasn't talking about Oblivion. That's how much he talked about Skyrim. So I think his perspective is that, and that's why it's titled this as Thoughts on Elder Scrolls 6. His perspective is you can't analyze something without its sequel. And I cannot find myself agreeing with that philosophy.
Endless feeling deep inside. I know now that I'm homeward bound.
Apparently Starfield is releasing before The Elder Scrolls 6, so to cause as little angst as possible, imagine Starfield comes out tomorrow. Even then, Bethesda would need 3, maybe 2 years to release The Elder Scrolls 6, leaving us in 2024. A timeline where Skyrim is nearly as old as Daggerfall was when Skyrim released. I read an interview with Todd Howard where he said, "Great games react to each other." I tried to find that interview again, but couldn't. Let's pretend he said that though, cause it explains why The Elder Scrolls can go nearly 15 years without a mainline entry. There's nothing left to react to.
Well, the thing is, here's how comparisons generally should work. You can compare something to what came before. That's a good basis. It's a way to see how they improved. You can compare something to something that's contemporary. That's a good way to show what it could have been based on what was reasonably being accomplished by others. You can compare things to things in the future that aren't related to it. That's a good way to understand what an ideal version of that thing could be from a different perspective. And finally, you can compare things to their sequels. That's a good way to see the ways in which the artists have improved or not improved and the lessons that they've learned. All of these comparisons are valid, but basing the crux of your analysis on reliance of sequels being made, I think, is flawed, because that's basically saying you can't review Cyberpunk 2077 until Cyberpunk 2078, which is really dumb, because you absolutely can review Cyberpunk 2077 without the context of what CD Projekt Red did next.
Daggerfall was Scale, a game with 161,000 square kilometers and 35 skills, one called Nymph. A language skill checked whenever one attempts.
Yeah, but let's be honest, all the language skills in Daggerfall are really just like variations of the same thing. I do see people who try to kind of defend the skill crunch by saying, well, Morrowind crunched skills down. And really what you're saying is Morrowind cut languages. Because that's like the main contributing factor to the skill crunch that Morrowind did, was that one mechanic.
Attempts to speak with a nymph. Daggerfall's size and stuff sat uneasy with Todd Howard, who reacted, rallying the team towards detail and identity instead. 161,000 kilometers fell to 16, but each one meant more.
I really don't think you need to play Arena. I think Daggerfall is probably a safe place to stop if you're going backwards.
More. Comfy but stock high fantasy stumbled into science fiction and psychedelics, and Morrowind saved Bethesda. It's still the best product they've made for a lot of people.
Go to her, away from this cruel world.
In the aftermath of Return of the King, Bethesda had another opportunity. Take Morrowind's design, but make it approachable, not...
I'm gonna... I'll allow it.
Alien. It worked. My friends and I played Oblivion in 2006 without realizing we were playing a Western RPG, those weird things from the PC aisle. But there we were, luring folks into the Cheydinhall well.
Cruel, cruel world, I'm gone.
After Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls had fans who didn't know what the Elder Scrolls was, and fans who...
No, Morrowind definitely did cut stuff. Like, there was scrunch involved, but people typically just leave it at, Daggerfall had 30-ish skills, and Morrowind only had 21. So clearly Morrowind cut more skills than Daggerfall, and it's like, well, sure, but Morrowind also added, like, Conjuration. And I mean, it's typically more valid because, you know, as much as you can say that, there's not really something that was as felt as the complete cut of attributes.
Who spitefully did. Bethesda's next opening was
I think his argument is he didn't think of it as an RPG when he picked it up.
something in between, and it was the biggest RPG of all time.
No, the musical interludes are something new. That's not how the Oblivion retrospective is not 5 hours long because it's full of like weird musical interludes. It really is just 5 hours of him talking. Almost uninterrupted, actually.
A golden age is a series of reactions. Make something one way, make it another way, then find a balance. And then...
And then they made Fallout 4. Why don't you just take Fallout 4 as the example of the lessons that they learned? And what's weird is he did. I doubt I could find it on short notice, but like there's a part of this video where he talks about endings and he puts it in the context of Fallout 4. So it seems like older Will, yeah, it's right here. It seems like older Will doesn't have an issue with kind of analyzing Fallout in the context of Elder Scrolls, because let's be honest, they are related. Is this like a mistake, or... The problem is we paused after a sentence, and then when we came back, it's like... Can we, like... Okay, so he stops at 5 minutes. When does he start it?
Reactions. Make something one way, make it another way, then find a balance.
So, that was just 55 seconds of the Lenny song. It's called A Quiet Time. Nothing going on screen. The song not really having anything to do with what he had just said. He just has 55 uninterrupted seconds of just music. This is weird. It's like I don't know what to make of it.
Hi, this is Todd Howard of Bethesda Game Studios, and we're here to show you a sneak peek at our latest game, Skyrim.
And I'm here
Hey,
to show you why
I did that. I did the cutaway to Todd Howard introducing the demo.
be a bastard to react to in the future. Too many ideas and gameplay systems ended. Viking myth is perfect for a familiar and fresh fantasy world. I can't think of a better palette. In Oblivion, your left hand blocked and your right hand attacked. Now both could do whatever.
Well, your right hand can't block.
Finishers and stealth kills were in Fallout, but not the Elder Scrolls, so Skyrim carried them over.
Oh, let me guess. So he establishes that Skyrim cut stuff, and now he's basically going down the list. Oh yeah? Well, it added the hand system, and it added kill cams. Like, I'm surprised he didn't stop the interlude. Skyrim added the ability to look at items in your inventory.
Conversations were boxes of text, frozen close-ups, then conversations. NPCs were kiosks, then androids, then characters, albeit annoying.
See, whatever he's pulling from has this whole section of demo that we missed.
Dungeons were random and made you hike back to the start. Skyrim's all had some unique element and a shortcut to the entrance.
How do I respond to that? Some Oblivion dungeons did that, and Morrowind and Oblivion dungeons were all handcrafted. They weren't random. They just seemed... Oblivion dungeons seemed random because they were poorly designed, but a lot of Morrowind dungeons were pretty intentional in the way that they were made. That is true. This is a video lacking in a thesis statement. So, like, we don't really get what he's trying to argue here. I had to suss out that this part started with Skyrim cut a bunch of stuff, and now he's proving us wrong by telling us all the stuff that it actually added.
Dragons are the perfect hook for a "our new game has this" type feature. Magic was arguably too versatile in Morrowind and Oblivion, so shouts gave all builds.
Magic was too versatile. Are you... Who the fuck complains about magic being too versatile? Is Will the kind of guy that looks at Dragon's Dogma and goes, I like magic and all, but I really think that it should be weaker.
Access to special abilities. Zax argue. Magic was arguably too versatile in Morrowind and Oblivion, so shouts gave all builds access to special abilities. And 11/11/11 is the perfect release date. There won't be another like it for 100 years. But not to give in.
Well, there was the next year with 12/12/12. Unless you're specifically referring to each character being the same, then... Yeah, I guess it's true. I mean, it's more like 92 years. Because you're going to have 1/1/1.
Any ideas? I'm not saying Skyrim had perfect gameplay. More like Bethesda filled holes with Skyrim that past games left half full.
Okay, let me break this down. Skyrim filled holes that Morrowind and Oblivion and Daggerfall had by adding a way for you to have magic or weapons or what have you in both hands. It filled holes in the previous game's design by adding kill animations. It filled holes in the game's previous designs by having interactive NPCs and dialogue. It filled holes in the previous game's design by having basically just circular dungeons. It filled holes in the game's previous designs by having a weaker magic system that everybody could use in the form of shouts. Yeah, there's a lot of hill filling, all right. Hole filling.
It's up to you whether those holes needed filling. For me, Skyrim was the best experience I ever had with a game. Smoothing down the dirt must have felt good for Bethesda too, good enough to endure another...
Skyrim was the first Elder Scrolls game that I played that I didn't finish my first playthrough immediately. Most other Elder Scrolls games would hold my attention until I, ran out of stuff to do. But there was just a point when I was playing Skyrim for the first time that I just thought to myself, there's not enough here for me. I could go be playing anything else instead.
Another AAA development cycle after 3 in the same decade. Possibilities for a new Elder Scrolls seem endless. There's the desert game, the swampy one, or the ones with huts in trees. All nice thoughts, until you sit down and make those trees.
Really?
Not enough holes to fill along the way. No one would dare unless they had to.
This feels like a really reductionist position to take, because it's like you could say the same. Let's say that Elder Scrolls V was set in Valenwood, and you could say, well, there's the desert game or the swamp game or the tundra game, but it's just, if you think about the design implications, it's just too difficult for them to actually implement a game set in a tundra. Like, really? Your argument is it's just too hard. One of the most funded studios on the planet it's just too hard for them to do a magic forest. Hey, these guys took a stab at it. So
If they had to, we might end up with an entire Elder Scrolls like Skyrim's Dragonborn expansion. With nowhere left to take the fundamentals, Bethesda gave us cool stuff. A tentacle dungeon, dragon riding, swords that shoot lasers, a very big frost giant, Morrowind nostalgia. All cool and totally okay for DLC, but not profound, like the first time I stumbled out of a shortcut at the end of a dungeon.
Is that ironic? Are you gonna cut to a punchline there? I really hope he does.
First time I stumbled out of a shortcut at the end of a dungeon. Or the 100th.
So the punchline is, it was... Okay, but by my logic here, I'm gonna write this down. Nothing in Dragonborn was as profound as the first time I stepped out of a dungeon shortcut, ... or the 100th. I'm gonna repeat this section, be sure that I'm clear on the meaning.
Without enough holes to fill along the way, no one would dare unless they had to. If they had to, we might end up with an entire Elder Scrolls like Skyrim's Dragonborn expansion. With nowhere left to take the fundamentals, Bethesda gave us cool stuff. A tentacle dungeon, dragon riding, swords that shoot lasers.
But see, it's sounded like he's saying it ironically, but there's no punchline, or the punchline's coming like way later.
A very big frost giant, Morrowind nostalgia. All cool and totally okay for DLC, but not profound, like the first time I stumbled out of a shortcut at the end of a dungeon.
All this Dragonborn stuff, cool, but not profound, like the first time I stepped out of a dungeon.
Or the 100th.
Or the 100th. So, unless there's another punchline coming, my understanding is you found it profound the first time, and the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time, and you kept finding it profound that it kept happening over and over, that even after the 100th dungeon you did that ended in a shortcut that just immediately deposited you out into the world, you still found it more profound than any of the things you listed that was in the Dragonborn DLC, like dragon riding and Morrowind stuff and tentacle dungeons and big frost giants. Yeah, that's what's weird to me, is it seems ironic, but usually when you do irony, you follow it up quickly with the punchline, because chances are pretty good you're going to lose somebody before they get to that point. Because again, there's something off about this entire video. Every time he like does a list of stuff that is framed with the connotation that it's positives, it's almost always stuff that's widely considered to be negatives. Like he considers kill cams to be a hole that needed to be filled in the earlier games. But like, okay, so if I'm constructing this joke, Skyrim added all kinds of cool stuff that Morrowind just doesn't have, like dragons and kill animations and you know what I mean? Like, if I said that in one of my videos, it would be obvious that I was making a shit post, that I don't consider these to be things to really be valid, right? Like it comes off as obvious, and then my next thing would be why those things aren't necessarily as good as they're hyped up to be. This is how I would approach it. He's yet to have that moment, so it just feels like a shit post.
I learned, though, that it's not impossible for a developer to create profound moments after their time has seemingly passed.
But, this isn't an Elder Scrolls game, though, so it's like, you're saying that Bethesda learned, but I'm not seeing Bethesda, I'm seeing Rockstar. No, even with Norm Macdonald, you can see the punchline. I'm not sure what an accurate comparison would be. Shitposts usually have the whole idea is a shitpost is meant to be an attempt at humor, right? So eventually you have to have the moment where you show the hand. Like let's say I'm playing a character of some porn artist and I'm talking about how amazing and intellectual my artwork is, and I'm like, yes, what I do is profound. What I do is intellectual, much more intellectual than anything that's done at a college. And I find really the artistic way that I draw the balls on the girl is really the defining thing. And then once I say the artistic way that I draw the balls on the girl, you know it's a shitpost.
Like Bethesda, Rockstar's arc began with a 3. Vice City added color, San Andreas added everything, 4 pared back and washed out to focus on stronger emotions, Red Dead added genre fantasy, and 5 seemingly tied the decade together. But Red Dead 2 showed me a sheer abundance of time, money, and people can fill holes I didn't know were there. Bethesda did not have Rockstar tier resources.
I know. They didn't have employees who were willing to work for 100 hours a week.
As of now, they might have more.
Get it? I can't put the PC in the console thing. Or was it an Xbox?
Is Microsoft enough to elevate the Elder Scrolls 6 beyond big Dragonborn? I don't know, which is a little annoying. The best I can do is acknowledge that a golden age has ended. The second best is remembering every era that ends starts another. We owe the Elder Scrolls to Ultima and Wizardry. Someday, we'll owe another really good RPG to the Elder Scrolls. But, honestly, I don't think I'll need it.
Why, Will? Why won't you need another good RPG? Are you dying? Are you, like, quitting video games? Or, like, has the niche been filled? Are you gonna commit to the lifestyle of only playing Skyrim for the rest of your life? Like, what the fuck? Well, I don't get the joke. Yeah, I think that's the closest interpretation is he thinks that Skyrim is perfect and there's no holes to fill. Like that stupid Oblivion game, and especially that Morrowind game. Well, I'll freely admit I don't get it. I am a Luddite who just doesn't understand. I mean, the thing is, the kind of basis for his logic as to why, like, you can just admit I didn't want to do it. That's fine. You don't need to over-intellectualize why you didn't do it. Like, this would be like people asking why I haven't done, like, a BioShock 2 video, and I was talking about how, like, you know, the developers behind BioShock 2 aren't really there anymore, and, you know, what are the holes that need to be filled in BioShock that BioShock didn't fill from System Shock 2? You know, like, shit like that, and it's like, just say you didn't want to do a fucking Skyrim video. I get it. Oblivion was the big thing that was successful for you. I understand that. Trust me. More than most. There's actually not a lot of people who get the situation that Will's in, because he had this one video and it did super well, and then people weren't as interested in the other stuff that he had to say, and they gave him a bunch of shit for the way he talked. And there's this one asshole that streamed his video for 15 hours. So, yes, I get it. But at the same time, if you decide, I just don't, if you're going to talk about it, at least have a point. No, it's a beautiful video because there's lots of different ways that you can interpret what it actually means. And I read somewhere that, like, good art has that. So yeah, I think that threw chat off. Really threw you guys off the wagon, I bet. And can you believe it? 50 people left because they thought the stream was over. Will trolls Pat? That's probably more than likely the case. Now let me look. Let me look. This folder in here. What's this video called? Thoughts on Elder Scrolls 6 for now. Okay, so yeah, I already downloaded it, so that's not an issue. So he's not gonna pull a fast one and like delete his entire channel again. I didn't want to do this video is how all these videos start, lol. Yeah, that's such a weird thing is how many people start with, I didn't want to do this. Well, fucking, goddammit, why are you doing it? Like, you do videos you're passionate about. Not videos you feel obligated to do. No, I did indicate that the stream was over and then like impromptu decided to do this Will video. But it's good. We got it out of the way. And that's what's important. I just think that there's a lot of interesting takes, like the fact that you can't do Valenwood because it's too hard, even though they're one of the most talented studios ever. And there's no holes that need to be filled because Skyrim did a good job of making up for the iniquities of the past game. And Magic's too versatile. And that you should never review something without its sequel. I mean, honestly, why doesn't he just make a video where he says, I like this, I like this, I like this? And the answer, I know the answer, it's that videos like that are terrible. They don't feel good to do. They aren't good. You want to know a video that did exactly that? The Angry Joe video. And guess what? We all fucking hated it. The reality is, positivity sucks. Because, the only way you can approach positivity is from, like, a really intellectual standpoint of, like, here's how it's made, and here's the beauty of the techniques that went into it. And that can be really tiring to do compared to kind of understanding the iniquities. And maybe he is insecure about doing the Oblivion thing again, because I mean, we can look at his Oblivion comment section. Let's go ahead and hit that up. We'll hit newest first. And take the horse off. Let's see. Anybody give him shit? He seems to get treated fairly well. So I'm not sure what he's afraid of, honestly. Well, I do apologize. This is mostly a planned out thing, but I emphasize mostly. Very true, the kind of positive videos I recall enjoying are the ones that go in depth as to why the subject has been done so well. Always feel like I learned something rather than this good. Yes, exactly. There's channels that specialize in that, but it's a hard thing to do. And I don't know. It being difficult is not an adequate answer for why. And it being like negativity sells is also not a valid answer, in my opinion. I think it's a matter of, I'm not sure. It's something I'd have to think about. Maybe he hyper-focused on the negative comments like some creators do. Well, yeah. Wasn't there that guy recently that got like one negative comment and considered quitting YouTube? That's my understanding of that story. And the thing is, like I've said before, YouTube comments, you get it like if you do a good job, you'll get a mountain of praise, and then you'll get like a snow top of dumb comments that are really questionable. But the thing you have to remember is that most people who comment on your video don't have the necessary context to know a lot of the like behind the scenes information as to the creation of your video, or like necessary context. I find context to be like the main thing that's missing from most bad comments. There's more to learn about where you went wrong than what you did well. Yeah, I think that gets into the kind of basis of why we're doing this sort of analysis thing on YouTube in the first place. Is our goal to be kind of consumer advocates and help people make good financial decisions? Well, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think a single one of my videos, not even the Cyberpunk video, fit the bill of this exists to help people make informed decisions about buying games. So I don't think that is an adequate justification for why we're doing this. Are we doing it to help Bethesda make a better game? Are we doing this to help people understand their feelings about it? Are we doing this simply to entertain people? I think every person you ask is going to have a different answer for why we're doing this. And some of them, if you could force them to tell the truth, would probably answer that they're doing it for money. But Will's not, because he's far from like a profitable channel. Why do I do it? Entertainment, I think, is a valid answer. Is my valid answer. That's why I focus so much on the experience people have watching my videos compared to kind of the validity of what I'm saying. I try to understand the context of how things are created and why things are the certain way they are, but I think more than anything, kind of helping people through the day is a bigger priority for me than being necessarily right. I don't think that my videos are particularly good for, like, they're not going to play at a Bethesda staff meeting of, like, here's all the ways that we need to improve. But I do think that they give people a basis for discussion. Well, at least the Elder Scrolls ones do. The smaller ones are more hit and miss, and different answers for this kind of stuff. Well, I wouldn't know if, I wouldn't say Bethesda doesn't watch them, because it was very curious. They fixed Fallout 3 about 45 days after I called out that it was broken. Like, literally, it's hard not to think that I'm responsible for that, given the time frame. Because it was broken for years, and they seemed content with it being broken for years. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they removed Games for Windows Live shortly after a video got 1 million views, wherein I said pretty early on that Fallout 3 is non-functional because of Games for Windows Live. So maybe they don't watch the video, but the word definitely gets out that about some ideas. Now, of course, we can't speak for Will and for why he does it, and we can psychoanalyze why we think he does it, but at the end of the day, that's just That's just, you know, armchair bullshit. That said, I think what he did with that video wasn't particularly good because there's no punchline, it undermines its value if it's ironic. And because there's no thesis statement, it undermines its value if it's serious. If he seriously thinks that way, that's valid. But because there's no focus to it, and there's so many fucking artsy pause on like a single image for 55 seconds while we play some music. Too much of that. So yeah, that got us a bit philosophical. So I am going to wrap things up here. Again, I'll advertise the Discord and the Twitter for getting more accurate notifications as to when these things start, or you can just look at the schedule and say, hey, this is exactly when it's going to start. And this time I am actually going to end it because this has been a long stream. And was it fun is a good question. And the answer is kind of. I think Monday was more fun, but Monday was also more kind of explosive. I think that tomorrow is going to be where things really start to go to shit, because chances are pretty good we're going to have a fan of one of the people that we cover. Because I already started to see in the chat a lot of like, don't be mean, you know. But I imagine there's at least one Will fan in here who's now upset. And that's only going to get worse because there's some people out here who think that we should like never criticize each other, never kind of acknowledge each other. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Oh, I thought that, actually I'm surprised. YouTube has not, asked me if I'm still watching, which is interesting. Oh yeah, whoever has it, please re-upload Mr. Caption's Skyrim video, because I would be very interested. I would even potentially push off whatever is supposed to be on the 20th to do that instead. I very much feel that that's probably worth a Saturday slot. So yeah, eventually we're gonna cover your guy and you're gonna hate me. Don't bully private sessions. Honestly, I have a feeling he's gonna be harder on his own video than I am, because he's actually gonna be there for that stream. Alrighty. I will see you guys later.